Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, the fountain of all wisdom, we bring our fragmented lives into your presence, seeking your wholeness and seeking your peace. We bring our restless spirits to you, seeking your calm strength and everlasting purpose. We bring you our transient thoughts, seeking the permanence of your gracious providence. Lord, remind our lawmakers that only as we lose ourselves in something higher can we truly find ourselves. To this end, give them great causes to embrace and a great faith to energize their work. Lead them to a confidence that in everything you are working for the good of those who love you, who are the called according to your purposes. We pray in your wonderful name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 3944, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction and so forth and for other purposes.
Senator from Iowa.
Every year, we get what's called a Medicare trustee report. I come to the floor to comment on that. We all know that Medicare is very much a part of America's social fabric. For decades, Medicare has provided seniors and people with disability access to routine and life-saving care at their local hospital, doctor's office, and pharmacy. The trustees reported, as they do every year, that Medicare's Part A hospital insurance trust fund is expected to be depleted by 2033. This is 3 years ahead of the projections that came out in last year's report. This results from higher than expected expenditures, the growth in inpatient hospital and hospice spending. Also, for now the 8th year in a row, the trustees have issued what they call a funding warning. This is because Medicare's outlays for its two trust funds are expected to exceed its dedicated revenue by 45%. When Congress established this combined funding warning report in the 2003 Medicare Modernization Act, we intended, here in the Senate, for Congress and the President to respond with solutions. we should listen to this actuarial report, get on the job, and do something to preserve the Medicare program. Now, we all know that we talk more often about Social Security running out of money. I want to preserve and strengthen the Medicare program for future generations, just like I would say the same thing about the Social Security program. The only way to make these critical programs sustainable is to follow the Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill model. This goes back to 1983, when the Social Security system was running out of money. Ronald Reagan, a Republican, Tip O'Neill, Speaker of the House, a Democrat, got together and say, we can't let that happen. And they made sure it didn't happen. And what they devised that I had a chance to vote for in 1983 or 4, whenever it was, they fixed it for 50 years, because that's 50 years coming to 2033, when Social Security likewise will run out of money. Now, I've come to the conclusion that when you have a President Biden and a candidate Trump both running in 2024, that they aren't going to do anything to fix Social Security. Why isn't it being done? I've come to the conclusion that it's not being done because we don't have any Ronald Reagans or Tip O'Neills in Washington, D.C., or in our government anymore. So they did it in a bipartisan way, and Congress should step up the same way to deal with this Medicare issue that I'm talking about, but there's no reason to leave Social Security out of that debate as well. So I get back to some role that I played in the Medicare issues of 2003, when I led the effort to modernize Medicare by establishing the prescription drug program. Because prior to 2003, since 1965, Medicare never covered prescription drugs. So since 2003, we've had a prescription drug program under Medicare. In the first decade of the Medicare Part D program, the federal government spent, can you believe it, 36% less than what was projected to be spent as we wrote this legislation. And it also improved access to prescription drugs for millions of seniors. Separately, Senate Republicans, through the One Big Beautiful Bill, strengthened Medicare. We did that by ensuring that Medicare resources are going to Americans instead of illegal immigrants and those not here permanently. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that we will save the Medicare system $5 billion. Now, that's a spit in the ocean compared to what we face with this 45% overrun that the trustees talked about. A step in the right direction, of course it is, but it's no substitute for what's really needed in this town: a bipartisan cooperation and presidential leadership, either Republican or Democrat, that is needed to address our long-term Medicare funding challenges. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I ask unanimous consent that quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, during the month of June, U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded a total of 9,306 encounters at our southern border. 9,306 for the entire month of June. It's difficult to overstate just how much progress this reflects. Under President Biden, monthly encounters at our southern border were often well over 200,000 per month. During December of 2023, Customs and Border Protection recorded a staggering 301,981 encounters at our southern border, or 32 times as many as were encountered last month. The previous 3 Junes under President Biden saw more than 130,000, more than 140,000, and more than 200,000 encounters. And now we're at 9,306. 9,306. Fewer individuals in the Biden administration sometimes saw in a day. It's really incredible, Madam President. And this isn't a one-off. During President Trump's first full 5 months in office, monthly numbers at the southern border have never exceeded 12,500 encounters. What we're seeing here is a president committed to fulfilling his responsibilities, namely, enforcing the law. It's too bad the previous administration didn't see fit to try it. But it's a new day, Madam President, and Republicans in Congress are committed to supporting and continuing the administration's good work. And that starts with the generational investment in border security that we made this July in the One Big Beautiful Bill. That includes funding for border barriers and technology, including finishing the border wall. It includes funding for additional Border Patrol agents, for additional detention space, for additional immigration and customs enforcement agents. The acting ICE director was on Face the Nation the other day, and he had this to say, and I quote, "Our ranks have really shrunk, and we really don't have enough to do the law enforcement mission. One of the big hampers for us is with the increase in sanctuary cities and sanctuary policies, we have to send more officers and agents out into the community, out on the street. Where it would only take us 2 agents, say, going into a secure facility or a police station, county jail to arrest a public safety threat, well, now we have to send out 4 to 5 agents. And with the increase of assaults on officers, we sometimes have to send out 8 to 10 just to provide security for those officers that are making the arrest," end quote. Madam President, leaving aside the intolerable fact that ICE agents are facing such hostility for carrying out their essential public safety mission, it is not acceptable that we don't have enough ICE officers to do the job that they need to be doing. And our bill goes a long way toward ending that problem. We also included Department of Justice funding to hire more immigration judges to address the massive backlog in immigration cases, a backlog made exponentially worse by the Biden administration's policies. Immigration cases should be cited in weeks, not months or years, and our bill will help move toward that goal. Madam President, one of the most basic responsibilities of the federal government is providing for our nation's security. And border security is an essential part of national security. The chaos at our southern border under the Biden administration was an invitation to terrorists, criminals, and other dangerous individuals to enter our country. It placed an incredible burden on our Border Patrol agents, many of whom were pulled off the essential work of guarding the border to process the flood of illegal immigrants. And it placed a big burden on border cities and non-border cities as well, who struggled to deal with an influx of migrants. President Trump has turned the situation around. And the One Big Beautiful Bill will ensure that his administration has the resources it needs to continue its work of enforcing the law and protecting our country. It will also ensure permanent improvements in our immigration system and border enforcement that will, I hope, last for long after President Trump leaves office. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster Brooks.
Madam President,
Democrat Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Madam President, we have a little over 20 legislative days left for Republicans to get serious about funding the government. That's not very much time. As always, the best way forward is this: bipartisan cooperation. Senate Democrats, for our part, are working in good faith to counter the devastating actions of the Trump administration on the American people. And in this case, the bill reverses DOGE cuts to veterans. That's a very good thing. These DOGE cuts were so cruel to our veterans. Ultimately, Senate Republicans will have to join us to save all of our constituents from the proposals we have seen from the administration and from the House Republicans. Now, yesterday, the Senate took the first vote on the Milcon VA bill. This bill is not perfect, but it's a good step forward. It reverses some of the terrible cuts from DOGE against our veterans who defend us, who risk their lives for us, who volunteer to serve their country. And then, when they need help, to cut, cruel, mean, un-American. The Senate version, thank God, is significantly stronger than the House version in protecting our members. And my colleague from Georgia has done good work shepherding this legislation on the Democratic side. We hope to have a good process for this bill on the floor. Republicans should allow amendments and a robust floor process. This bill shows the process can still work, but much, much more needs to be considered. But Senate Democrats know we can't take anything for granted, and will expect our colleagues to show their commitment to bipartisanship on all future appropriations bills, because for weeks, they have tainted the Senate with their partisan reconciliation tax bill and the rescissions package. This process won't work if they listen more to Donald Trump and Russell Vought than to the needs of the American people back home. Now, meanwhile, yesterday was truly a sorry sight in the House of Representatives. The ghost of the disgraced Jeffrey Epstein is haunting our Republican colleagues, so much so that Speaker Johnson decided to cut bait and send the House home to escape discussions about Epstein, instead of doing their jobs like grown-ups and making progress on appropriations. By shutting Congress down early, Speaker Johnson has assured that August has become the Epstein recess, because this issue is going to grow and grow and grow the longer House Republicans dodge this issue. Now, maybe they declared the Epstein recess to give Trump time to prepare papers for the pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell. Speaker Johnson shouldn't be skedaddling out of town early. If the Speaker thinks he can make the Epstein escapade disappear by sending folks home early, he's got another thing coming. So again, the Speaker should not send people home early to avoid dealing with the Epstein issue. The American people have a right to know what happened, but instead Speaker Johnson created an Epstein recess. Speaker Johnson created that Epstein recess. It's an awful decision. It's derelict of their job in terms of keeping the government funding. Now on FEMA. After the heartbreaking tragedy in Texas, I called for accountability to determine if Donald Trump's cuts played any role in hindering the rescue effort. The White House reacted by calling us liars. They said it was a depraved lie, Trump's words, to question if Donald Trump's actions harmed rescue efforts. But sadly, the more we learn, the more we see that Donald Trump and Kristi Noem are the liars. And there's very little doubt DOGE cuts made things worse at FEMA and affected what happened in Texas. Yesterday, the New York Times reported that the head of FEMA's FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Unit resigned. The reason, he stated, was that Donald Trump has created chaos at the agency. The former worker said Donald Trump's cuts, bureaucratic obstacles, and abysmal response to the flooding in FEMA influenced his decision. He specifically cites, as many others have, Kristi Noem's decision. He specifically cites, as have many others, Kristi Noem's decision requiring her personal approval on every purchase of more than $100,000. Remember, experts have said that this stupid policy was responsible for getting rid of hundreds of call center staff for 5 days after the Texas flood. Thousands of calls to FEMA from flood survivors went unanswered, according to internal documents. That's unacceptable. That's incompetent. But this is the consequence of Donald Trump's terrible policies. So Donald Trump may have called those of us who criticized FEMA's DOGE cuts and their effect in Texas, he may have called those of us who did that liars to avoid responsibility, but in fact, he's the liar here. His actions at FEMA have caused chaos, staff shortages, delayed response. It put people's lives in danger moving forward. And unfortunately, these DOGE cuts are going to have many other dire consequences for the American people. Donald Trump may try to deflect blame, but he's the one who implemented these horrible cuts across the board. And let's get to a more general subject about how Trump operates. By now, it's obvious that what Donald Trump uses as his MO, whenever he points the finger, whenever he launches insults at others, what he is really doing is deflecting from something he knows he is guilty of himself. I just said Donald Trump called us liars for asking about his role in cutting FEMA funding. Turns out he's the liar here. And yesterday, Donald Trump accused President Obama for treason without any evidence, saying he tried to steal the 2016 election and tried to use the issue of Russia to smear him. This is delusional. Trump sounds unwell when he accuses Obama of treason. But not only that, who was the one who we know tried to blackmail a foreign head of state to gain dirt against a political opponent? Who was the one? Donald Trump. Who incited the violent insurrection against the U.S. Capitol to try and prevent the certification of the 2020 election? Donald Trump. So when Donald Trump says President Obama tried to steal an election, we know Trump's lying. We know Trump is the one guilty of the crime. And he is trying to deflect from his own lawlessness by inciting a violent insurrection in the Capitol. To accuse others of what he is guilty of doing is how Donald Trump operates. He has for decades. But the American people are seeing through it now that he's in the high position of president. What he did with President Obama is not an isolated example. As I mentioned, Donald Trump recently called some of us liars for demanding transparency after the tragedy in Texas. But who spent months calling for the elimination of FEMA? Who has run thousands of FEMA staffers out of the door? Who cut FEMA call center staff in the name of DOGE cuts? Donald Trump. Donald Trump even recently called a Democratic member of this chamber a fraud and a crook, and has threatened him with prosecution without any merit. But who was it that was found in court to have unlawfully inflated the value of his own properties? Who was the fraud? Who was the crook? Who launched a fake university that was accused in multiple states of defrauding students with false claims about educational services? Who has built a reputation as a liar, a swindler, someone who always talks a big game but never seems to follow through? That is, of course, Donald Trump. So we know the game here. When Trump points the finger, he is telling on himself for something he has been guilty of. That's his MO. This meritless accusation against President Obama is just another pathetic example. And on tariffs. Last night, President Trump announced another trade deal, this time with Japan. Like most of the deals announced over the past month, it was big on promises, short on detail, and crucially, provided zero relief for American families and small businesses. Whether it's this agreement with Japan, where tariffs are increasing to 15%, or earlier ones with Indonesia or Vietnam, where tariffs are increasing to 19% and 20%, The Trump tariff taxes are going up, not down. That means one thing: higher costs for the American family. Ask an American family if increasing their costs by only, quote unquote, 15% is okay. In the meantime, and by the way, the media, they say, well, there's a great deal because it wasn't as bad as Trump originally proposed, but is still very bad for the American people and raises costs 15%. American people aren't going to buy that this is a good deal at all. Good deal at all. In the meantime, the Trump administration is granting greater access to advanced semiconductor technology, surrendering to China, higher costs for families and small businesses. Trump's trade war has been and continues to be a huge failure. Yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to speak about something critical to our nation, and that is our nation's security. And for me, national security demands and starts with border security. We were through 4 years, open borders, high prices, pain for the American people. Well, with the signing of this big, beautiful bill into law, we are securing the border, we are finishing the wall, we are supporting federal law enforcement officers. You know, we also passed President Trump signed into law the Halt Fentanyl Act. It's now the law of the land, and today law enforcement finally has the tools that they need to crack down on drug traffickers. These are policies that will save lives here in America. These policies will make our nation safer. For 4 long years, Joe Biden and Democrats flung open the border walls, and over 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country as a result of their irresponsible behavior. This invasion raised costs for American families. People saw it all throughout their lives. They saw it when they went to the doctor's office, they found it at the grocery store, and they found it in the housing market. This invasion made our communities less safe. Innocent Americans are still suffering the consequences. Just this week, in New York City, an off-duty Customs and Border Patrol protection officer was ambushed by 2 illegal immigrant criminals. They shot him in the throat. Mr. President, both of these illegal immigrant criminals had long criminal records. And you say, how can that be in America, that somebody with a long criminal record is out there on the street shooting an officer of the law? Well, both of these illegal immigrant criminals entered the country illegally under Joe Biden. They were arrested multiple times in New York City, the minority leader's home city, arrested multiple times. Immigration judges ordered deportations, but what happens in New York City, in the minority leader's home city? They were released due to sanctuary city policies in his hometown. President Trump and Republicans have now made it a priority to enforce the law. Since taking office, President Trump has deported hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrant criminals. ICE arrests in my home state of Wyoming, as well as in my neighboring state of Colorado, are now 5 times higher than they were during the same time period under Joe Biden. A July poll by Harvard-Harris shows that 3 out of 4 Americans support President Trump's efforts to deport illegal immigrant criminals. The message is clear. Keep making our communities safer. Illegal border crossings are now at their lowest level ever recorded. Zero illegal immigrants were released into our country over the past 2 months. Hard to believe, but true. The number is 0. President Trump has successfully ended catch and release. By contrast, under Joe Biden and the Democrats, 10,000 illegal immigrants crossed our southern border on a daily basis. Republicans promised the American people we would secure the border, and we are keeping our word. The law we passed finishes the wall. It provides $75 billion for immigration and customs enforcement. That gives our agents the resources that they need to continue deporting illegal immigrant criminals. Our law allows and helps them hire, train, and retain Border Patrol agents. It even gives the agents a bonus. That's what we need to do to enforce the law. Republicans are committed to help fight back against child trafficking. This is why our law funds $300 million to vet those who sponsor children who show up at the border without an adult. And we knew it happened routinely during the Biden administration. I was there on the border during the night as children would show up without an adult. A recent report from the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General is clarifying to all of us who've read it. It is disturbing and it is frightening. The report found that the Biden administration lost track of hundreds of thousands of these unaccompanied children. In over 80% of the cases, the report says, the Biden administration didn't even have accurate contact information for the sponsors. In all, our new law is the most comprehensive border security investment in American history. It's invested in immigration enforcement and border security. Not a single Democrat supported these policies. Democrats continue to today to be the party of open borders and unsafe communities. They made our country weaker. They made our country poorer. They made our country less safe. Things have changed now. Across the country, ICE agents are doing excellent work enforcing the law and keeping our communities safe. Earlier this month, ICE conducted a lawful raid of a Los Angeles facility that produces marijuana. Federal officers arrested 361 criminal illegal immigrants. Many were convicted rapists, kidnappers, and child predators. Federal agents also rescued 10 children from forced labor at that marijuana production facility. 8 of them were unaccompanied minors who had been trafficked into our country and exploited. Last month, ICE arrested 1,361 illegal immigrant criminals in Houston, Texas. Those criminals were in our communities because of Democrats' open border policies. Now they are off the streets thanks to an administration that is committed to our nation's security. As law enforcement does its job, they are increasingly under attack. They're under attack, amazingly, from criminals, and they're under attack from the radical left. ICE agents have been demonized, doxxed, and demoralized. Attacks against ICE agents have soared over 800% in the last year. In California, as ICE agents rescued children from forced labors, a violent mob of left-wing activists threw rocks and even opened fire on them. Now, some Democrats in Congress downplayed it, they dismissed it, they defended the violence, as the Democrats tend to do. One Democrat even said the operation was, in their words, a misuse of federal resources. Let me be clear. Rescuing trafficked children, it's not a use, never a use, or a misuse of taxpayer money. If Democrats believe otherwise, they have truly lost their moral compass. Law enforcement deserves our support, especially as they are protecting children and when they are getting dangerous criminals off the street. This is common sense. It's exactly what immigration and customs agents are doing, and they are doing it very well. The American people have been clear. They want secure borders, they want safer communities, and that's what Republicans are delivering. And so, Mr. President, I will assure you Republicans will continue to protect our children, protect our communities, and protect our country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm on the Senate floor today as we are beginning the process for this fiscal year of us considering appropriation bills. As this process works, there are 12 subcommittees in the Appropriation Committee. We report out 12 bills, presumably, and we're doing that. And the first 4 are potentially being considered this week for consideration by the full Senate. Sometimes there's criticism about the appropriations process, and people who are not members of the committee feel left out. I'm pleased that we're on the Senate floor today where every member, all 100 senators, have the opportunity to add their thoughts by offering amendments, certainly making comments, offering amendments, taking votes, and we ought to make certain that every senator has the sense that they are engaged in the process of determining how taxpayer dollars are spent. Mr. President, I commend the Majority Leader, Senator Thune, for his commitment and his keeping of a commitment that appropriation bills would be considered on the Senate floor in his tenure as the Majority Leader. And we're off to a start today, and I'm pleased that that is happening. The subcommittee report, the appropriation bills that I want to speak just a moment about before we commence a vote at 11, is the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriation Bill. It's one of the bills that fund a number of segments of the federal government. As the name of the subcommittee suggests, it funds the Department of Commerce, the Department of Justice, and it has the word science in its title, Commerce, Justice, Science. Science is generally thought of as NASA, NOAA, and NSF, National Science Foundation. And our legislation that has been reported out of the subcommittee and reported now out of the full committee passed with every member of the committee on the Republican side voting in favor of it, and about 4, I think the number is 4, members of the minority party, Democrats, voting for this bill as well. The attempt has been made to, as it takes 60 votes to pass a piece of legislation on the Senate floor by our rules, the attempt has been made to make certain that this is a bill that has bipartisan support, and it does. This legislation is important to the country for a number of reasons, but I would highlight a few. The Department of Justice in particular is where law enforcement, our battle against fentanyl, for example, our battle against crime that is rampant in many cities across the country, and our efforts to defeat our efforts to defeat the battle against violence in our country is directed at the federal level by the Department of Justice. They do so with the various federal agencies, the DEA, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and the FBI, but they often work, and I'm glad they do, in conjunction with our local sheriffs and police departments across the country. And this bill funds law enforcement at the federal level and continues to encourage and provide resources for law enforcement, police departments in our local communities, sheriff's departments in our local counties for their efforts to work together with the federal agencies, the DEA, the FBI. That is the way that we fight crime and have success in this country, is state, local, and federal law enforcement working together. This bill also funds the efforts at the Department of Commerce, particularly in this case related to trade, as President Trump is negotiating with various countries for resolution of tariff issues. The Department of Commerce, and we know that Secretary Lutnick has been engaged in those negotiations, but the Department of Commerce houses the agencies that are responsible for trade policy and trade legislation in this country, including the actual trade ambassador who negotiates trade agreements on an ongoing basis. So this bill funds the Department of Commerce in a number of ways, but I highlight for my colleagues the importance of trade. Learning just this morning, yesterday, that the United States, President Trump and Japan have come together in agreement in regard to tariffs. It also invests in science. This helps us meet our mission to get to the moon, the Artemis program. We have a goal of making certain that the United States of America is on the moon before the Chinese, returns to the moon before the Chinese, and this legislation funds NASA in a way to continue the efforts to support the Artemis program and then reach further, as the President has indicated his desire to see the United States travel to Mars and explore further regions of outer space. This legislation also, I highlight and offer my concerns and condolences to my colleagues from Texas in particular, but across the country who've had weather-related circumstances that has caused tragedy across our nation. This Commerce, Justice, Science bill in the science category funds NOAA, and we're making certain they have the resources to make certain we preserve and save life. This all was done in a way that was designed to make certain that we met our responsibilities to the American taxpayer and we were fiscally responsible. Overall, the budget authority, the ability to obligate funds from the general fund to the Treasury, what most Americans would consider federal spending, because of offsetting credits and fee collections and rescissions, which would have, if they were not there, we removed those. If they were there, we would have been able to spend at higher levels. But because we rescinded those opportunities, the decline let me say it differently. Accordingly, as a result of those things being the case, the real increase in spending power at the Commerce, Justice, Science funded agencies is only $270 million increase, or a 0.037% above the FY25 levels. Almost all of the increase went to the census. The Commerce, Justice, Science is responsible. The Department of Commerce is responsible for the decennial census, and we begin our process gearing up for the next census to take place. And so we had to appropriate money for the census. And in addition to that, we found savings, reduced spending, by reducing bureaucratic and workforce funding at both the Department of Commerce and the Department of Justice. My point is that within the allocation that we were provided by the full committee, by the chairman and vice chairman of the committee, Commerce, Justice, Science is within its funding levels, of course, that they allowed us. And while we prioritized the things we thought were most important, we also did so in a way that the increase in spending is less than 1%, and certainly way less than last year, and certainly less than the rate of inflation. Mr. President, I know that the 11 o'clock hour has come. I'm pleased to have conversations with my colleagues about moving this bill forward, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Arielle Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information.
The question is on the nomination. Cabinet, yeas and nays? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hovind. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Yeah. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Kramer, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Kennedy, Marshall, Moran, and Sheehy. Senators voting the negative: Rosen, Schatz, and Slotkin. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the yeas are 52, the nays are 42. The nomination is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Treasury, John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes.
The question occurs on the nomination. Someone, yeas and nays? Is sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Senator. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slutkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Chillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blumenthal, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Lujan, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Did Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Okay.
Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I understand we are not in a quorum call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. President, in the United States, we justly pride ourselves on being a nation of laws. This is one of the things that makes our country different from the rest of the world. Economists have written about the fact that while there are many entrepreneurial or innovation societies and economies, it is the rule of law, the predictability, the enforcement of contracts, and the fundamental guarantees of rights that makes us successful where other countries fail. Unfortunately, we have seen the undermining of the rule of law by the last 4 years by President Biden's refusal to simply enforce our immigration laws. And my prediction is we'll be paying the price, not just in weeks and months, but in years and decades for what has come to be known as the Biden border disaster. President Biden's policies betrayed the American people because of the lack of leadership in the face of a historic crisis, here again of his own making, at the U.S.-Mexico border. Yesterday, I chaired a subcommittee of the Senate Judiciary entitled Biden's Border Betrayal, Criminal Aliens in America. At that hearing, we examined some of the false narratives that the mainstream media have peddled about President Trump's enforcement of our immigration laws. We were honored to be joined by 2 angel moms whose children were murdered by criminal aliens who never should have been in the United States in the first place. Marie Vega joined us. Marie is the mother of Javier Vega Jr., who went by the name Harvey. Harvey was a Border Patrol agent who was murdered by illegal aliens nearly 11 years ago. I'm grateful to her for sharing her story, as painful as I know it must have been for her, and talking about the trauma that she, her grandchildren, and her entire family have experienced over her son's murder. Our second guest was Tammy Nobles. Tammy was the mother of Kayla Hamilton, who was murdered by an illegal alien who was also a member of the MS-13 gang, one of the most violent gangs in the world. Kayla's murderer entered our country as an unaccompanied minor and was later released into the custody of an unvetted sponsor. Ms. Noble's passion for ensuring that this horrific tragedy won't happen again to more families was evident throughout the hearing, and I'm grateful to her again for sharing what had to be a very painful experience, but one she did in honor of her daughter's memory. Our third guest was Victor Avila, former ICE Homeland Security Investigations agent who, along with his partner, was shot in the line of duty by Los Zetas. Los Zetas, a cartel operating in Mexico and in the United States occasionally. Victor was seriously wounded that day and his partner was killed. I've known Victor a long time, and he is a steadfast advocate of the rule of law and understands what is required if we are going to keep Americans safe. These families and victims would never have had to suffer such devastating loss were it not for the criminal aliens who never should have been here in the United States in the first place. It was a curious matter to me that our Democratic colleagues claim to be the party of compassion when it comes to immigration. But they would rather society and the media and Congress turn a blind eye to these victims of criminals who entered the country as a result of open border policies. That's not compassionate. Some of the individuals ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is what the initials stand for, of course. Some of the individuals ICE has apprehended recently include murderers
rapists, pedophiles, and sex traffickers. Our fourth witness was Sheriff Roy Boyd of Goliad, Texas, a small South Texas county. He described the horrifying details of human trafficking and criminal activity carried out by the transnational criminal organizations. This is organized crime, but cartels that he has witnessed in recent years. He said during his testimony, and I quote, "The border has always been a location for criminal activity. However, I've never witnessed such an increase in blatantly open criminal activity as I did between 2021 and 2024. It's truly shocking to think about the sheer number of illegal criminal aliens who are currently roaming free in the United States." Now, you would think, listening to some of my Democratic colleagues, that ICE is arresting gardeners, cooks, housekeepers, people who are basically just trying to earn a living. But the truth is there are 291,000 criminal aliens in the United States who are under final orders of removal. That means they've exhausted all potential legal remedies to be able to stay here, and they've been found not qualified to stay, and they've been ordered removed, but they've simply ignored that order by a court. For this fiscal year alone, 213,000 criminal aliens with final orders of removal have criminal convictions, while another 78,000 have pending criminal charges against them. Even more disturbing is the fact that 282,000 of these criminal aliens are still roaming free, not being held in ICE custody. Now, I know Tom Homan, who's the border czar, who's heading up these efforts, is working to chip away at this list of criminal aliens who's still present in the United States who are under final orders of deportation. But again, to listen to the news or listen to some of the political rhetoric, you would think, again, that Tom Homan and ICE are detaining gardeners and cooks and housekeepers, when 282,000 of these criminal aliens with final orders of deportation are still roaming free. Most aliens with final orders of removal have been in the immigration system for almost a decade. Let's say been litigating their claims in immigration courts, some for almost a decade. And many, if not all, were given the opportunity to have their day in court, but many of them just neglected to show up, given a notice to appear in an immigration court, and if they had a bona fide claim to asylum, to present that to an immigration judge. But many of these individuals simply did not show up, forfeiting any right they had to claim that they could legally stay in the United States. But all of this doesn't stop our colleagues across the aisle from claiming that illegal aliens detained by ICE are not being given due process. Well, we're blessed to live in America, no doubt, and I think sometimes we take for granted all of the privileges that we are afforded and all the rights we have as citizens. So it's worth asking the question, what sort of process are these illegal aliens actually due? And while the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights applies to all individuals in the United States, illegal aliens are not entitled to the same range of due process as U.S. citizens, especially when they neglect or refuse to show up in the first place when the notice to appear has been given, but they simply reject it. The idea that someone could break our laws, enter our country illegally, and then be entitled to all the rights and privileges of an American citizen is awfully far-fetched, and it's not the law. Let me be clear about what the law actually says. Aliens who already have final orders of deportation who are being detained for the purpose of removal already had their due process. I would encourage my colleagues on the left to reflect on this before continuing to use the buzzwords due process to mislead the American people as they discuss cases that appear sympathetic, but where the process that these aliens were entitled to has simply been exhausted and they lost, or they refused to show up in the first place. The American people know what Democrats fail to admit. Deterrence. Deterrence is a critical part of immigration enforcement and preventing the flow of criminal aliens into the United States in the first place. In other words, if you know that it's likely that if you pay a coyote or a human smuggler $10,000 to smuggle you into the United States, but you're unlikely to be able to stay, then you're probably not going to make that decision to make that dangerous trip in the hands of a criminal organization to come to the United States. That's part of what we talk about when we're discussing deterrence, the likelihood that you'll be unsuccessful, so you don't try in the first place. I've been impressed by the way that the state of Florida has stepped up to the plate by helping the administration open a detention facility known in the press as Alligator Alcatraz. Well, whatever's necessary to provide detention facilities for people who have no legal right to remain in the United States because they've exhausted all of their legal remedies, we've just provided significant additional resources in the One Big Beautiful Bill to the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to build those detention facilities, like the one in Florida, as needed, in order to detain people before they are repatriated or removed from the United States. I'm hopeful other states will step up in a similar way, and I'm strongly supportive of creating those necessary detention facilities in places like Texas. The American people voted overwhelmingly on November the 5th for a president who promised to enforce our immigration laws. And so it's only right that our states would work together with the federal government to facilitate the enforcement of those laws that the American people voted for. I know they are thankful to President Trump for keeping his promises, and I look forward to continuing to work with him and Governor Abbott to ensure that this work continues in my home state of Texas. Together, we are making our communities safe again. Yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to carefully consider their vote on the nomination of Mr. Matthew Lohmeier to be Undersecretary of the Air Force. The Undersecretary is the second highest ranking official in the Air Force. This position is responsible for running the day-to-day operations of the department and assisting the Secretary in leading the largest fleet of aircraft and space assets in the world. Most importantly, they are responsible for managing the hundreds of thousands of men and women who make up the Air Force and the Space Force. And I have deep concerns about Mr. Lohmeier's fitness to represent these men and women. While I appreciate his past military service, his record of troubling conduct in uniform, extreme partisanship, and animosity towards military members with whom he disagrees politically is, in my view, completely disqualifying to be undersecretary. His record of alarming behavior and statements is well documented. In 2021, while serving as an active duty Space Force officer in command of a large formation, he self-published a book titled Irresistible Revolution: Marxism's Goal of Conquest and the Unmaking of the American Military. The book argues that Marxism is rampant within the ranks and is leading to the collapse of our military and our society. As he wrote, quote, "To be perfectly clear, the path we are on as a country leads us to fratricidal and genocidal warfare." While still on active duty in command, he went on a far-right podcast, which was known for spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories to advertise his book. All of this was done without the knowledge or approval of the Department of Defense. Mr. Lohmeier was immediately relieved of command when his book and podcast were discovered. After leaving the Space Force, he has continued to write and speak about his extreme beliefs. Among his controversial statements, Mr. Lohmeier called the January 6th attack a government-led false flag and hoax at the Capitol. I would ask all my colleagues who were there that day and who were in danger if it was a hoax and a false flag operation. And I think, honestly, they would admit no. It was an attack upon the constitutional responsibilities of Congress to certify the election of the President of the United States. And in that hoax, police officers were injured and killed, and many, many of us were terribly concerned about our safety and the safeties of our staffs. So if you believe it was a hoax, then you agree with Mr. Lohmeier. If you think it was and is an attack on our Constitution and on ourselves, this is not the gentleman to be the Deputy Commander of the United States Air Force, Deputy Secretary of the United States Air Force. He's appeared on dozens of podcasts and made hundreds of social media posts about his distrust of American service members. As he wrote in his book, quote, "In one respect, U.S. military service members are no different than members of the People's Liberation Army." That's an interesting comparison, equating American soldiers with the Chinese members of the People's Liberation Army. He went on to say, each is comprised of humans, U.S. Army, PLA, humans who share a common nature. Because we share the same nature, what Marxist ideology does to the Chinese military service member, it will do to the American. Now that is absolutely absurd. I don't think anyone in the United States or in the United States military will believe that our military will be transformed into a Marxist fighting organization equivalent to the Chinese People's Liberation Army. And yet that's what he's talking about. And I've read a great deal of his writing. I had the opportunity and the privilege not only to attend West Point, but to teach at West Point. And I would question his understanding of Marxism and his understanding, frankly, of the character of the American soldier, sailor, airman, space guardian. It is profoundly not only deficient, but insulting. Let me make one point clear. I am concerned that he is a deeply misguided and biased opinion of American military service members and their leaders. If confirmed, he would lead an organization that, like this country, represents a spectrum of individuals, Republicans, Democrats, independents, of all races and creeds and sexualities. Yet his language suggests that he regards many of these men and women as adversaries to be rooted out and purged from the force. I am very skeptical that service members and civilians who do not share his political opinions can trust that they will not be targeted under Mr. Lohmeier's tenure. This could be, for the former Space Force officer, a revenge tour in the Department of the Air Force to get even with those he feels did not treat him fairly. That is not the type of individual you want in a position of Deputy Secretary of the Air Force. And during his confirmation hearing before the Armed Services Committee, my colleagues and I pressed him to explain his extreme positions. In particular, I urged him to pledge to not seek retribution against any military members or civilians with whom he has publicly criticized in the past, especially as many of them would serve under him if he is confirmed. He refused to make such a commitment. That failure significantly increases my concerns that he will be out to purge, to seek revenge, not to serve the interest of the United States Air Force and the United States of America, but to work his own personal animosities out against those he feels those he distrusts. Ultimately, the Undersecretary of the Air Force is a position that demands wisdom, composure, and character. Our military personnel, and indeed the American people, deserve nothing less. And I do not believe that Mr. Lohmeier is qualified for this position, and I urge my colleagues to vote against the nominee. With that, I would yield the floor, Mr. President, and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the Senate turns
The
now,
Senate's in a quorum call.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as the Senate turns now to debate the bipartisan appropriations bill resourcing military construction and the VA that Senator Bozeman and I have assembled along with all of our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, I'd like to highlight what's included in this legislation. This bill represents bipartisan support for our military service members and veterans and their families. It enhances our military readiness and the quality of life for service members while funding the delivery of care and benefits for our nation's veterans. Military construction funds are included for infrastructure that supports our service members' quality of life at home and abroad, and for the construction of facilities vital to our national security. In the state of Georgia, for example, Mr. President, this bill includes resources to build a brand new elementary school at Fort Benning, where there's currently a wait list of more than 200 families trying to get into school on the base. Resources to construct a new barracks at Fort Stewart, where housing has desperately needed upgrades following alarming reports of mold and pest infestation. Resources to bring the F-35A flight simulator to Moody Air Force Base in Valdosta and accelerate the arrival of those aircraft to South Georgia. Resources to replace the control tower at Robins Air Force Base, where our service members are currently working in a tower with a leaking roof, no air conditioning, and a broken elevator. Resources for major upgrades at Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay, where they're continuing to prepare for the arrival of Columbia-class submarines. Now, Mr. President, across the country, family housing for service members operated by private companies has long been a disaster, as evidenced by my investigation of conditions for families living on post at Fort Gordon. That's why this bill rejects the administration's proposed cuts to oversight of privatized family housing and provides additional resources for construction of new family housing. These are young men and women, as you well know through your service, Mr. President, many of them 19, 21, 23 years old, who sign up to serve not for money or for glory, but out of their love for our country. Their entire families make sacrifice on behalf of our nation, and they should not have to sacrifice safe, clean housing and high-quality schools. For years, the department has neglected quality of life and health and safety for enlisted service members, and that neglect extends to those service members' families. But this bill provides necessary and overdue investments in military quality of life. Now, Mr. President, to the VA. Let's be clear that these programs, services, and benefits are not a giveaway. They are the nation's obligation to those who have put their lives and their health on the line and made tremendous sacrifices and family sacrifices in defense of the United States. For the VA, this bill provides resources to support health care for more than 9.2 million veterans and disability benefits to nearly 7 million veterans, survivors, and their families. And instead of continuing senseless mass firings of VA personnel, this bill provides funding so that the VA can recruit and hire to fill long-term clinical vacancies that are contributing to long wait times for care in Georgia and across the country. Asserting our constitutional power of the purse, this bill mandates specific funding levels for rural health, women's health, caregivers, research, and veteran homelessness prevention programs. In some cases, including required spending levels for those programs for the first time in legislative history. It also provides funding for the VA to address the claims backlog related to toxic exposures and the implementation of the PACT Act, to continue providing education benefits to veterans, and to help secure VA home loans. All of these critical resources, Mr. President, will better ensure that our nation's veterans receive the care and benefits they've earned through their service. This bill also provides necessary funding for the American Battle Monuments Commission, the U.S. Court of Veterans' Appeals, and the Armed Forces Retirement Homes, as well as Arlington National Cemetery. As ranking member of the subcommittee, I was pleased to work closely with Chairman Boozman to build a strong bipartisan bill that reflects input from colleagues on both sides of the aisle, not just on the Appropriations Committee, but across the entire Senate. And I thank Senator Boozman for his collaboration, for his bipartisan work in good faith, and I extend that gratitude to Senators Collins and Murray. Every senator in both parties has had the opportunity to advocate for their state's interests and priorities. And Chairman Boozman and I worked together to address, to the best of our ability, every senator's needs and concerns. Now, this bill earned bipartisan support in the Appropriations Committee because it equips the VA to make good on America's sacred promise that our service members and veterans will have the resources and support they've earned through their service to our country. I encourage colleagues to come and speak with me directly about any questions or concerns about this legislation so that we can set up votes and get this bill passed in the Senate as swiftly as possible and ultimately enacted into law. This is a bipartisan bill that was built through thoughtful deliberation, hard work, and compromise. That is how the appropriations process should work, not on the basis of party line, but in the spirit of bipartisan collaboration in the national interest. So let's deliver for the American people, the people of Georgia, our service members, military families, and veterans with the resources they need on time, responsibly, and on a bipartisan basis. I urge a yes vote to proceed to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I rise to announce a resolution commending and congratulating the Florida Panthers on winning the 2025 Stanley Cup Final. Last month, our state, the great state of Florida, along with loyal fans nationwide, came together to cheer on the Florida Panthers as they fought hard to secure a victory and bring home the cup to Florida. And they cemented their place as back-to-back champions. This incredible effort marks the second cup won by the Panthers in franchise history, and our Sunshine State is so very proud. The whole Panthers roster obviously contributed to this win, but we wanted to thank the staff and the coaches and all of those that supported the team on and off the ice. The success could not have been achieved without everybody that contributed. We watched that team compete with resilience and grit to keep the Stanley Cup where it belongs, which is, of course, in the great free state of Florida. Our entire South Florida community celebrates with the entire state, who all kept faith in this team. Everyone's encouragement throughout the season ensured our Panthers were ready to bring home the championship when the time came. The win was well-deserved, and it was a great end to an amazing year. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you for accommodating my request to pass a resolution on behalf of the Florida Panthers. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of Senate Resolution 333, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 333, commending and congratulating the Florida Panthers on winning the 2025 Stanley Cup Final.
Is there objection to proceeding with the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to join Senator Collins and Murray, as well as my Democratic counterpart on the Milcon VA Subcommittee, Senator Ossoff, in presenting the fiscal year 26 and 27 appropriations bills for the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Military Construction. It's important to remember that we followed tradition in crafting the bill in a very open and a very bipartisan way. So it's built on a strong foundation and deserves the support of our colleagues. This bill takes into consideration the needs of our veterans, their families, and our service members. And within that framework, we have created a thoughtful path, a path forward for both departments and our related agencies. This bill provides $153.5 billion in discretionary spending. Of that amount, the Department of Veterans Affairs has provided $133.3 billion in discretionary funding. When combined with the $49.8 billion from the Toxic Exposures Fund, veterans' medical care will be funded at a total of $163.6 billion in fiscal year 2026. Our bill funds priority accounts to prevent veteran suicide, as well as increase rural access to health care through significant investments for the Office of Rural Health. Additionally, we allocate approximately $23 billion to support critical mental health issues and programs, prevent veterans' homelessness, and provide funding for innovative medical research. The bill also funds mandatory veterans benefits, which are earned benefits that include disability pensions, employment training programs, and educational benefits. We also make advance appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for certain accounts, including $122.3 billion for veterans medical care and $262.1 billion for mandatory veterans benefits. In addition, we are delivering $19.8 billion to support military construction and family housing needs, which are important to both readiness and morale. Our bill would give the Department of Defense the resources it needs to project power globally, enhance our warfighting capabilities, and train our forces. Importantly, we provide $1.9 billion to improve housing and quality of life for service members and their families. I also want to note that the bill includes robust funding for our related agencies, which include the American Battle Monuments Commission, the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, Arlington National Cemetery, and the Armed Forces Retirement Home. Funding these priorities at these levels represents solid, bipartisan work to provide the resources necessary for our veterans, their families, and the service members defending our nation, which was evident with the passage of our measure in the Appropriations Committee by a vote of 26-3. I want to again thank Senator Ossoff, as well as Chair Collins and Vice Chair Murray for their hard work and collaboration, and also a special thanks to our staff that have worked so very hard to put an excellent bill together. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, America is a great nation. Just look at the record. When it comes to the discovery of new drugs and pharmaceuticals, on here, our country producing these drugs, paying more for them than other customers around the world. The problem is so glaring that even President Trump has identified fixing this issue as a priority. Bipartisan feeling, change it, reduce the price of drugs. Why is the United States such an outlier? One of the major reasons, if you watch television, you see it every single day. The United States is one of only 2 industrialized countries in the world that allows people to advertise drugs on television. This is a trivia quiz. What's the other country? New Zealand. 2 countries in the world that allow advertising of prescription drugs on television. You know the ads with the catchy jingles, flashy images of patients rock climbing, golfing, dancing, parading. Big Pharma spends $6 billion a year to flood the airwaves with ads for the latest wonder drug. $6 billion. Why? Why would they spend all this money to advertise drugs and say, talk it over with your doctor? They spend such astronomical sums to promote their drugs because it increases their profit margins. Big Pharma thinks if they hit you hard enough and often enough with ads on television, not only will you be able to pronounce, but spell Xarelto, but you'll also tell your doctor, that's my favorite blood thinner. I've seen that ad over and over again. Don't take my word for it. The American Medical Association said, and I quote, direct-to-consumer advertising inflates demands for new and expensive drugs, even when these drugs may not be appropriate for your health. When President Biden announced 15 drugs that Medicare would negotiate for discounts, most Americans knew the names, maybe even knew the jingle. Ozempic, Trelegy, Ibrance, Otezla. Sound familiar? Pharma spends hundreds of millions of dollars each year so that you are supposed to, quote, ask your doctor about these drugs. The result? Medicare spent $22 billion last year alone on these 4 heavily advertised medications. $22 billion. With these advertisements, Big Pharma is betting they can squeeze every penny out of you and our healthcare system. Just last week, I released a report about the new telehealth advertising scheme launched by Pfizer and Eli Lilly. With online promotions and new websites, Pharma is urging patients to click here if you want to speak with a doctor. But those telehealth doctors are handpicked. They've been recruited and paid for by the drug companies. Pharma is funneling patients to their chosen healthcare providers to influence prescriptions for costly drugs. This raises concerns about conflicts of interest and inappropriate prescribing of drugs. All of this is a result of Pharma's rampant advertising spree. Since 2017, I've introduced bipartisan legislation to crack down on this TV advertising. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, now on the floor to join me, has been my partner in this effort. When you turn on the evening news, 1/3, 1 out of every 3 commercials you see are for drugs from prescription drug companies. It's the same when you stream your favorite show or scroll on social media. Americans see an average of 9 pharmaceutical ads every single day. With billions in targeted spending, patients are bombarded with information, often at a rapid machine gun pace, but kept in the dark about one crucial fact that is essential to this conversation. The drug companies want to tell you everything, including the warnings, as fast as they can say them, but they don't want you to know one thing. They don't want you to know the price. Because of outrageous drug prices, millions of Americans are faced to ration doses, skip refills, making cost transparency absolutely essential. I want to put an ad up here that some of you may recognize. In 2023, Illinois company AbbVie spent $315 million on TV ads for Invoke, an eczema and arthritis drug. Nowhere in the commercial did they tell you the cost, as publicized and released by the drug company. $6,100 a month for this drug. A lot of good news if you're going to go out canoeing and whitewater rafting, but they won't tell you it's $6,100 a month for Invoke. It's time to end Big Pharma's secrecy. If they're going to advertise a drug, they need to also declare to the public, to the American public, how much it costs. It's basic. No gimmicks, no tricks, just the truth by advertising the very same drug that the drug companies publish as the official price. Our common sense plan to require price disclosures in direct-to-consumer drug ads has already passed the Senate one time before. Senator Grassley and I worked together in 2018 because we knew that 88% of the American people support what we're doing, disclosure of price and reduction of the cost of drugs to consumers.
In fact, because of our work, President Donald Trump made a statement, which I'm going to quote. Big announcement, the president said. Drug companies have to come clean about their prices in TV ads. Historic transparency for American patients is here. If drug companies are ashamed of those prices, lower them. That's what the president said on May 8th, 2019. Vice President Vance previously co-sponsored the measure Senator Grassley and I support, while Health Secretary Kennedy has railed against drug advertising and suggested our price disclosure policy has his support too. So this is a bipartisan undertaking. Big Pharma hates being honest with patients about the price of their drugs. They fear it's going to cut into their profits. Patients in America, American citizens and others deserve lower drug prices. The Trump administration has called on Congress to rein in these deceptive drug advertisements. But Big Pharma is looking for one senator. If they can just get one senator to come down here on the floor and object to the passage of this common sense bill, I hope we can pass it right now to deliver real relief at the pharmacy counter. I'm now going to yield to my partner in this effort, Senator Grassley, before I make a motion.
Senator Durbin for...
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you. I thank Senator Durbin for his leadership in this area. And 2 or 3 times we've attempted to do this. One time I think we were successful, but it's still not law. I'd like to put this in the simplest form I can by saying, watching television all the time, prices are showing up all the time for this product or that product. I don't know how many times I see something cost $9.99 or $19.99, or the price of an automobile for $26,000. But when it comes to prescription drugs, presumably there's something very sensitive about this that they don't want to tell us what it's going to cost. And of course, that irritates me, but most importantly it's not fair to the consumer. Today, we've got a president, we have a vice president, we have a secretary of Health and Human Services, all on record supporting this common sense measure to require prescription drug ads to list to the price of a drug. In fact, I discussed this with the HH Secretary prior to his confirmation, and he told me he thought that it could be done by regulation. It's my understanding they're studying doing it by regulation, and I wish they'd hurry up and get it done, because whether it's done by law or whether it's done by regulation, this is something that should be done. I want to say that I think my colleagues know that lowering cost of prescription drugs is a top priority of mine, no more than it is Senator Durbin's. Without their prescription medication, millions of Americans would not survive. As a nation, we're blessed to live in a country where investment and innovation unlocks cures and treatments. Some of them we even refer to as miracle cures. But the escalating prices of prescription drugs are a consuming concern for millions of Americans, including in my state of Iowa, who bring up this very subject regularly at my county meetings. There are many reasons for the high cost of prescription drugs. It could be the lack of competition and abusive practices. It could be opaque and powerful drug middlemen that we call pharmacy benefit managers, and a lack of transparency on prices. And by the way, I just mentioned PBMs. There's at least 65 to 70 senators that are co-sponsors of one or more bills, at least 3 bills that exist out of 3 different committees that want more transparency with PBMs, and somehow we ought to be able to get that up. But and hopefully we'll be successful before this year's out. So I'm working in all 3 of these areas I just told you about to advance bipartisan solutions. When voluntarily choosing to promote medications over the airwaves. Manufacturers are already required to disclose safety and side effects, yet for many patients, price plays a primary role in clinical adherence. There's a lot of value in knowing a prescription drug list price. This is the most accessible and standardized price of a drug, which is set by the manufacturer itself. Despite efforts by Big Pharma to stop our bill, I'm confident that the American consumer will continue to demand the kind of price transparency that they deserve. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Secretary Kennedy will also continue to fight with us. If critics have solutions to make our bill better, come to the table, present your ideas, work with us. And also, I want to thank the chairman of the Finance Committee. He's a friend. He may be against this bill today, but he's very much an advocate for PBM reforms. I thank you, Senator, for doing that. The Finance Committee, along with several other committees in the Senate, has a bipartisan PBM reform ready to pass the Senate. The President made it clear that he wants to see PBM transparency and accountability, and we must tackle the cost of prescription drugs through more competition, PBM reform, and of course through the sunshine on drug prices that Senator Durbin and I are proposing. I yield.
Mr. President, before I make a motion, I just make one comment, and it's this.
Democratic whip is recognized.
Take a look at the agenda of the United States Senate. Tell me an issue that 88% of the American people agree with. Tell me an issue where you have bipartisan sponsorship. Senator Grassley, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm ranking member of that committee, a Republican, a Democrat supporting it. Tell me an issue where you have President Trump supporting our position and Democratic senator like myself on the floor espousing the same position as the President of the United States. And tell me an issue that is more timely than the affordability of prescription drugs. I can't think of another issue that fits that mold. I want to make a motion. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S229 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Senator from Idaho.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I am the chairman of the Finance Committee, the committee they're trying to pull this bill out of. The fact is that I completely agree with the objective of my colleagues on the floor today that we need to get transparency in the prescription drug pricing system. Americans deserve a transparent, affordable, and accessible prescription drug market. Far too often, the current system fails to meet those needs. It's not only, though, because we haven't got ads on TV saying the list price of the drug. I don't have an opposition to just doing something like that. But it's much more complex. Vertically integrated health plans, pharmacy benefit managers, and other intermediaries suppress competition, pocket valuable drug discounts, and increase prices for consumer, all unrelated to the list price of the drug. Last Congress, the Senate Finance Committee, which I chair, advanced a number of our bipartisan proposals to reform our broken prescription drug supply chain. Senator Grassley has just referenced those proposals, and he's a strong ally and advocate of those. These policies would ensure that patients, not middlemen, benefit from the negotiated price of drugs. Not the price you see if you just look at the list price, the negotiated price of the drugs. With bipartisan support and cooperation, we can pass that package by the end of this year. But we need bipartisan support to move forward and do it. While well-intended, the proposal before us today risks confusing patients further by requiring disclosure of list prices in advertisements that no consumer should pay. None. A drug's list price includes none of the discounts, rebates, or other price concessions found in net prices, which continue to decline even as other prices grow. Rather than broadcast and validate a list price,
Congress should ensure that patients can share in the savings reflected in the net pricing points, enabling both increased transparency and reduced out-of-pocket costs at the pharmacy counter. What I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, is that this is complex and we are working and have a working solution. I stand ready to work with the administration and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on an effective method to increase transparency and access to relevant information that patients need to make informed choices about their own health, but not to pull a bill out of our committee when we are already working in committee to get the right and most effective solution put into place. And for those reasons, I object to my colleague's request.
Objection is heard. Democratic whip is recognized.
The senator from Idaho is my friend. We've worked together in the past, and I'm sure we will in the future. But I want to tell you something. When he professes a deep concern about whether senior citizens are going to get confused if we tell them the actual price given by the drug company itself, he thinks it's too confusing for them to understand that that price means anything at all. You know who disagrees with him? AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons. They represent American seniors, and they endorse the Grassley-Durbin bill. They believe that seniors can understand completely how much the cost of the drug is, even if it can be discounted with an insurance coverage of your policy as well. The list price is the proper method of disclosure because the drug companies create the list price. We're not imposing a price on them. It's a price that they have to publish. It's an objective, factual figure. Many patients do indeed pay this price when they don't have copays. And let me say a word about what it means in the real world. In 2022, 19,000 seniors in the state of Idaho paid an average of $570 out of pocket on a drug known as Eliquis, pretty well-known drug. Another 6,000 seniors in Idaho paid an average of $607 out of pocket for Xarelto, the one that's impossible to explain. Both of these blood thinners are among the most heavily advertised medications. We're talking about a dose of transparency in the state of Idaho and every other state. So the 25,000 seniors in Idaho can save money by knowing up front what costs they may face and make informed treatment choices. Why are we afraid to ask the drug companies to disclose the price they publish in private, at least to some sources, and not tell the American consumer? If they had to do that, we think American consumer would think twice about falling for these ads. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 6 minutes prior to the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I will be voting to move ahead with the first spending bill for fiscal year 26. Now, there's no doubt the path forward on appropriations this year has been made extremely challenging by President Trump's flagrant lack of regard for Congress and our laws, and it has not been made any easier by the unprecedented partisan rescissions package that Republicans passed last week. But we cannot afford another slush fund full-year CR, and we cannot accept the draconian cuts being pushed by Trump and House Republicans. So we do need to chart a different path forward and pass full-year bipartisan spending bills that invest in folks back home and make sure Congress and our constituents have a say in federal spending. And the way, of course, is to ensure that happens is through a bipartisan appropriations process. So I'm very glad that the senior senator from Georgia, working across the aisle with his partner, the senior senator from Arkansas, were able to negotiate and report out of committee a good bill to fund our military construction needs and the Department of Affairs in fiscal year 26. As the daughter of a World War II veteran, the programs we fund in the Milcon VA bill are very personal to me. Doing right by our vets and getting them the care they need and the support they were promised is a moral obligation, which is why I'm pleased to say the Milcon VA bill we are voting on delivers the funding needed to live up to our nation's commitments to our veterans and makes crucial investments to support our service members and our national security. The bill includes essential funds for VA care, including rural health, women's health, medical research, and the caregivers program I have long championed. And for the first time, it puts funding levels for those important programs in statute. It also expands the pilot I started to make sure childcare is not a barrier to any veteran who needs care, and increases funding to address veteran homelessness and mental health needs. When it comes to supporting our service members and their families, there are investments for nearly 300 construction projects, including new family housing construction and child development centers. There are also investments to bolster our footprint in the Pacific and support our NATO projects. These are incredibly important to our soldiers, to our veterans, and to our national security. No doubt there's more I'd like to see done in this bill. It is not, of course, the bill any of us would have written on our own, but I do hope Republicans will work with us now to consider critical amendments to improve the bill and make sure the administration actually delivers for veterans, something I think it has sorely failed to do on many fronts over the last few months. Mr. President, there's also some discussion of adding 2 other funding bills that we have negotiated and reported out of committee to make this a minibus package. These are solid, compromise bills that reject the truly draconian cuts proposed by President Trump and House Republicans, and I would like to see them considered by the full Senate. Now, for that to happen, I hope Republicans will work with us to ensure once again that there's an opportunity to debate and amend all 3 bills. So I am a yes vote on moving forward today with the debate of the Milcon VA bill, and I hope we can keep this process moving. Because passing our appropriations bills is the best way we can make sure federal spending reflects the needs we are hearing about in our states and actually solves problems for people at home. No one wants a shutdown, and the way we avoid that shutdown is by working together. That's not a secret, not a surprise. It's a reality we all know. As the majority leader noted recently, the math tells us that it takes 60. It takes bipartisan cooperation. Unfortunately, Republicans have been chipping away at that cooperation, especially with the rescissions vote last week. But to be clear, if Republicans continue cutting bipartisan deals with more rescissions, that's not cooperation. If Republicans try and jam through another slush fund CR, that's not cooperation. So for anyone considering the partisan route, you cannot write a bill without talking to Democrats and then act surprised when Democrats don't support it. You want our votes? You work with us. And this bill today that we're considering shows that is possible. So I want to applaud the bipartisan work of the senior senators from Georgia and Arkansas to get us to this point, and I hope all of our colleagues can take that lesson to heart as we move forward with the consideration of this bill and our work on bipartisan bills to fund the government and avoid a shutdown. Let's stay focused on that instead of embracing Russ Vought's vision for a Congress that is more partisan, less powerful, and less able to make life better for the people we represent at home. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, thanks, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, gotcha. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Banks, Barrasso, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Cantwell, Cassidy, Cornyn, Curtis, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Gillibrand, Graham, Haggerty, Hassan, Husted, Kim, Klobuchar, McCormick, Merkley, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Reed, Schmidt, Shaheen, Sheehy, Tuberville, and Wyden. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Markey, Padilla, and Warren. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. I got you. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Thank you. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. No. Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I saw your finger. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Serrano, aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Risch, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 90, the nays are 8. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Bluestone, Szabo, Lohmeier, and Topping nominations. Further, that if any of the nominations are confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Zachary M. Bluestone of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Zachary M. Bluestone of Missouri to be the United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Gotcha. Hold on a second. Mr. Barrasso.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mrs. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Lujan, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester. No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Zachary M. Bluestone of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following members from my personal office and the Senate Finance Committee teams be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress. Sarah Korn-Owitz, Sabine New Lee, Will Wyden, Gabriel Ritter, Jackson McFadden Ray.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to highlight a true example of what we at home call the Oregon way. At a recent open to all town hall meeting, I've held more than 1,100 of them, and this one was in Union County, and I was pleased to run into my friend Tim Cook. He's the president of Clackamas Community College, over 250 miles away on the other side of our state from my hometown in Portland. I was glad to see him, and still my curiosity got the better of me, and I had to ask why he was so far from home. Here's Tim's story. He's been in the process of running to every one of Oregon's 17 community colleges to raise awareness for community college students about how challenging it is for them to meet the basic needs that they have to address as students. Tim kicked off his Running for Oregon Community College Students campaign at Treasure Valley Community College in Ontario on the Idaho border. He plans to run 32 miles each day to reach each community college across our state. He's on track to complete this 1,500-mile, let me repeat that, 1,500-mile journey by August 11th. Tim told me he was inspired by so many students that have shared their stories with him about the hardships, particularly the financial hardships they've endured while attending school. That includes William Moorhead, a Portland Community College student who said he's had virtually no family support. And he had no help as a young adult yearning for an education. So there he was with zero support, and William decided he could make a better life for himself through training and education. He signed up for welding classes and attended regularly. And Mr. President, he did that while living in his car. Despite these roadblocks, he persevered and graduated with an associate degree in welding and had a 3.9 GPA. He was nominated to serve as the student commencement speaker at graduation. Now William is learning AI ethics, and he said recently, in welding you use metal and fire, and in computing you do the same thing but in a digital realm. I want to apply this degree to evaluating artificial intelligence systems that interface with the public and make sure it does it in a way that's beneficial and not harmful. The story I tell about William isn't unique. Many young, promising Americans are not living up to their vast potential, and not for a lack of trying, but there's really been a lack of support. When adults lecture young people to, quote, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, they often miss the point that some students were never even provided with the boots. They didn't have the boots to yank themselves up. Getting any degree is expensive enough, but it's even further out of reach for so many young people when you factor in everything a student needs to succeed beyond tuition. Things like transportation, housing, food, books, access to technology, an array of other necessities. Many talented and promising students can't fulfill their potential and suffer in a system that lacks the potential to see that and see it and get them the opportunity for them to get ahead. And now, with deep cuts to programs like SNAP and Medicaid under the Republican disastrous recent budget bill, coupled with high housing costs and rising prices from the Trump tariffs, the safety net for students who fly solo is being slashed. Donald Trump and DOGE are even trying to take a sledgehammer to funding for key programs like Job Corps, which help young people get the resources they need to secure a degree and a good-paying job. So President Tim Cook is running not for office, but he's running for his students. He's pounding the pavement in the summer heat to highlight that when students' basic needs are met, they can focus on their education and create a brighter future for themselves, their families, and their communities. That's why I'm here on the floor today. I want to be part of sending Tim a powerful message that Congress agrees with him and not leave students behind. The world's next Einstein, and I say this to all my colleagues, may be in your town, scraping together a way to earn an education and make a positive impact on the community and the world. Let's help light the beacon of opportunity for those students. For America to be great, we've got to make sure that everybody in our country gets a fair shot. So I'll close by saying I'm gratified by the passion and insight that Tim Cook and other Oregonians are bringing to this cause. They understand the importance of investing in our kids, because that draws a map to a brighter future for all of us. It may not be possible for everybody to run 32 miles a day for nearly 2 months, but as senators, we can certainly make a difference. This country needs more common sense policies that put students first and prepare us all for a brighter tomorrow. That's what Tim Cook is bringing us. I yield the floor, and I urge all my colleagues to support these educators and others who are helping the students, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to urge my colleagues, and I know that there's this temptation of the upcoming summer break and folks want to get home to their families. But we have the opportunity and the obligation right now to pass this legislation for the Crime Victims Fund. Are we really going to miss this opportunity and this obligation when in my state, a quarter of victims of domestic violence were turned away from services last year? These are the organizations, the child advocacy centers, the domestic violence agencies, the rape crisis centers who respond to the needs of the most vulnerable, neglected, and abused people in our states. We just spent last week defunding Big Bird. We spent an entire week defunding public television and public radio, and you mean to tell me that before we leave for the recess, we can't fund child advocacy centers, domestic violence agencies, and rape crisis centers? It's unacceptable. And this has bipartisan support, and we should pass this legislation right now. Here is what one organization in Georgia said if we fail to pass this bill. They said, quote, "Our organization would have to lay off approximately 50% of essential staff. We would not be able to support or meet the critical needs of victims in the community. The lack of support and services over time will negatively impact the community with an increase in crime and victimization." Mr. President, another organization in Georgia said, quote, "Without our centers, states will see an increase in domestic injuries, child abuse, sexual assault, and even death in many cases." Child abuse, sexual assault, death. In the state of Georgia, where hundreds of foster children have been trafficked by sexual predators, these are the organizations who support them and women facing domestic violence. This is a bipartisan bill led by Senators Durbin and Murkowski. It should have bipartisan support on the Senate floor right now. We should pass it before we leave for the summer. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to deliver my maiden speech. This is a proud and personal moment for me to represent my home state of Michigan as a junior senator alongside Gary Peters, and to follow in the footsteps of legendary senators like Debbie Stabenow and Carl Levin. This maiden speech has been a long-standing tradition in the Senate. Every junior member gets to deliver in their freshman year their vision for their state and what they plan to do in their time in office. Thank you to my colleagues from both sides of the aisle who have joined me, and to my great staff and my interns, even my niece who came in. If you remember nothing else, I want you to remember two things. First, nothing is more important to me than the state of Michigan. I'm a third-generation Michigander. For me, Michigan is where it all started. Everything I've done in my life, everywhere I've gone, everything I've done, everyone I've met, it all started in Michigan. It's where I learned the values that still shape me today. Community, putting your head down and working hard, taking care of your neighbors when they are in need. Nothing matters more than my home state. So this speech is my love letter to the state of Michigan. To stand here and represent the state that I love on the floor of the U.S. Senate is the greatest privilege of my life. Second, my goal for my time in office is to address what I believe to be the existential threat of our time, to my state and to all Americans, the threat of a shrinking middle class. Now, I'm a national security person by training. I'm what's called a 9/11 baby. I happened to be in New York City on my second day of graduate school when 9/11 happened. I was recruited into the CIA right out of grad school, and I served 3 tours in Iraq alongside our military before serving at the Pentagon. I served proudly under presidents, both Democrat and Republican. I've come face to face with some of the greatest threats facing our country, but I believe in my bones that the single greatest threat today to our national security is not coming from abroad, but coming from the very real threats that come from that shrinking middle class. So my goal as a senator is to deliver for Michigan's middle class, to expand it, to secure it. That mission is personal. Michigan is where my family achieved that very American dream. My great-grandfather, at 13 years old, came through Ellis Island, not speaking English. He ended up starting a meat company, moved to Michigan, and built that business and built an iconic hot dog that Michiganders have enjoyed for 60 years. Michigan has been the place where hard work means something. It's where the middle class was literally invented, where you could work at an auto plant and afford the car that you were building. That was a revolutionary idea at the time. It shouldn't be revolutionary now. So as a U.S. Senator, my highest priority is to help make Michigan a place where that American dream is achievable again. Today, too many Michiganders are falling out of that middle class. Too many families can't get in at all. I live on my family farm in Hurley, Michigan. Growing up, I was surrounded by families whose path to the middle class ran through Michigan's factories, our farms, our small businesses. We are people who build things and grow things. People proud of their role in manufacturing Americans' future. Our cars, our tanks, our food. People who, like my great-grandfather, were prepared to work hard for success and often achieved it. But over the years, I've watched younger generations of those same families live a very different story. Parents can't provide for their kids what was provided to them. That fishing cabin up north that Dad had, the son can't have. A trip to Disneyland, can't do it. Across Michigan, there are so many families who feel like hard work doesn't seem to be enough anymore. No matter what your political views are, it is just a fact that the middle class has shrunk over the past 40 years. And I've seen firsthand what happens next. When people feel like they can't get ahead, when they can't provide for their kids what was provided for them, they feel anger, they feel shame, they lose their dignity, and they look for something or someone to blame. In a multiracial, multi-ethnic experiment in democracy, people end up blaming people who don't look like them, or speak like them, or pray like them. I've seen this up close and personal, how that kind of anger and suspicion can tear communities apart. If you want to understand how we got to this moment in our politics, this angry, vitriolic, polarized moment in American history, all you have to do is understand that shrinking middle class. So even among today's chaos, especially now, there are things we have to do, simple things, to bring back that middle class and make it thrive. This is my North Star. It will guide my work in the Senate. Okay, so how do we do that? Our government certainly needs to change. I don't think it's hard to understand that our government is not working for a majority of Americans, not just Republicans, Democrats as well. And you have to hear that loud and clear. Fundamentally, I believe that government needs to get back to the basics. No one cares about your trick plays if you don't have your fundamentals right. Government needs to set the conditions for success, and Michiganders and Americans need to work hard to achieve that success. These basics are jobs that pay you enough to save every month, healthcare you can actually afford, a home you can call your own, schools that prepare our kids for the workforce, energy to power our lives, an environment we can pass on to our kids, and safety and security from fear. That is it. First, on jobs. We need job creation for Michigan's middle class to create the jobs of the future. Imagine that the middle class is basically a ship at sea. For the better part of 40 years, it's been taking on water, and now we're about to hit a Category 5 hurricane in the form of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has the potential to change our economy more than the internet did. Think about that. Productivity will go up, jobs will be gained, but jobs will also be lost. Maybe not Michigan jobs at first. Entry-level college jobs like paralegals or accountants are probably first on the list, but change is coming and we need to be ready. Job creation in the era of artificial intelligence means supporting our small businesses. Small businesses employ half of all Americans. They are intrinsic to the American dream. It's about betting on yourself. And we need to own the fact that it is hard to start and succeed as a small business. We need to make life easier for Michigan small businesses. Second, we need to bring critical industries and critical supply chains back home to the United States. Michiganders understand this better than most because of what we do in manufacturing. No foreign country should ever have a veto on our economic security. We should always make critical items here in the United States, and I want to bring as many of those jobs and industries back to Michigan. And finally, let us say it very clearly. We need an immigration system that actually works and is keyed to our economy. Immigrants are critical for our labor shortages, in our factories, in our hospitals, in our firms. More than that, we are a nation of immigrants. I'm standing here today because my great-grandfather left fear of persecution and death at 13 years old and found a place in America. So we need an immigration plan that brings legal, vetted immigrants into our countries, keyed to our economy, sometimes more, sometimes less, and we need to have border security that literally makes sense. Without immigrants, there is no America, and without immigrants, our economy will not thrive. Second, on health care. Is there anyone in America who thinks health care is working? Is there anyone in America who thinks we are paying too little for health care? Is there anyone in America who is missing the groundswell of anger because we cannot provide the health care we need to our parents and to our children? Few things are as fundamental. There are just, in my mind, few systems as broken as health care in America in 2025, and we all know it. This is, again, extremely personal to me. It's why I ran for office in the first place. Of all my time spent in war zones, in dangerous places, nothing was harder than my mom being diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer when she did not have insurance. There is nothing worse than that desperate feeling when your parent, that first parent to get sick, needs emergency tests and emergency surgery. And the same moment that you are fighting to get those things, you are struggling just to fill out the paperwork so she won't go bankrupt. We are at a breaking point. We must change our health care, and this is as good a time as any. Every American deserves access to health care they can afford, regardless of your job, regardless of your income or your age. So I support a nationwide public insurance plan at a reasonable price for every American. Second, we gotta be able to afford the medicines that we are prescribed. Is there anyone who thinks that we are paying too little for our drug prices? We need, in every part of our healthcare system, to be able to negotiate the price of our drugs. It's like Costco. You buy in bulk, you get a lower per unit price, and we are prohibited from doing that across the country. Why? Because I have never seen an issue in Washington more polluted by lobbyists and corporate PAC donations than this issue. I have never seen an industry with more control over elected leaders than on the issue of health care. Right now, I am one of 6 senators who doesn't take corporate PAC money, 6 out of 100. It should be 100 out of 100. The middle class does not have a lobbyist, but they sure have the leaders that they elected. On housing, there's nothing more foundational to the American dream than having a home of your own. It is as fundamental to us as Americans as apple pie. Right now, the average age of our first-time homeowner in America is 40 years old, completely different than in generations before us. This is not a good story. Today, we could declare in this body a housing state of emergency. We need 4 million units of housing built in our country. That's a national strategy, yes, but I want Michigan to be ground zero for responding to the urgency of that need. On education, we need schools that actually prepare our kids for the future. So much of what we were able to do as a middle class was because people could afford the education in front of them. If you wanted to go to college, you could. But in Michigan, you wanted to work with your hands, succeed, go on, become rich. Only if you had a high school diploma, you could do that. There were job options for you. We need an obsessive focus and reorganization of our job training federal programs. We have 17 different organizations doing job training. It's broken. We need to focus on trade schools and apprenticeships and an education system that prepares us for what is coming. On energy, we all know we're using more energy. Every single one of us in this room right now are using more energy than we did 10 years ago. Modern life is demanding it. But supply isn't meeting demand. And Michiganders are seeing that hitting their wallets every single day. If you don't plan now, it's going to get worse. Rolling blackouts and brownouts in a decade. And what I'm asking for is not a renewable energy plan or a fossil fuel plan. It's an all-of-the-above energy plan. Natural gas. You can't do it without it. Nuclear, batteries, renewables, solar, hydropower, new stuff that's in creation right now. We need all of it. And we can't be willing to scrap certain energy because it's woke. Anyone who disagrees with that is just scoring political points and doesn't give a damn about people's electricity bills. On the environment, I'm committed to protecting the environment, especially our water. In Michigan, clean water and the Great Lakes are not partisan. It's our heritage. It's in our blood. No single Michigander lives more than 6 miles away from a lake or 82 miles from a Great Lake. We all know the sound of water hitting the beach or how the light looks up north. Our water is why people raise their kids in Michigan, and sharing that legacy with our kids is the dream that every Michigander has. We have the responsibility of being the stewards of the Great Lakes. So when our water is threatened, when our kids are poisoned, when they can't swim in contaminated lakes, it's not just a health issue. It's a security issue. Lead, PFAS, invasive species in our Great Lakes. These are threats to us as Michiganders, and it's my job to fight these threats. And last, can we just say that climate change is upon us? 20 years ago, it was theoretical. Now, Michiganders understand that extreme weather is real. It is here. They feel it in their pocketbooks. We have to mitigate it, we have to accept it, and we have to be ready to prepare ourselves when we have these crazy ice storms, these crazy once-in-a-generation tornadoes, and move on and not exclude people because they don't want to talk about, woke policies. Safety and security, finally. Every Michigander has the right to live free from fear, to feel safe in their own homes and in the country they love. That's what got me into public service in the very beginning, right after 9/11. Shootings in our schools and our businesses are a threat to our lives. Our government and our computers, our personal data shouldn't be hacked. Neither should our cars or our homes. And we should get to know and understand always who is coming across our border. We're a border state in Michigan. Every country in the world has the right to know who's coming inside its borders. So in the Senate, I'm going to spend my time protecting American citizens as I have always done. For that, we need the best military in the world, one that understands the threats that are coming around the corner, not just the threats of the past. We need to be able to control our own fate. That means not letting our national debt be controlled by countries like China. And we need to understand that to make people safe in America, we need a strong leadership role in the world. Because the next 100 years are either going to be dominated by the United States of America or by China. And while we make mistakes every single day, and I will own that, I served in Iraq and I saw it close up, I will take American leadership over Chinese leadership any day of the week. So, in conclusion, let me just say that we all know, everyone here knows, that we're going through an extremely tough time in American politics. We know that when people look back on this period in history, they are going to say that was the moment that Americans were turned against each other, when neighbors turned against each other. But it is not the end, and it is not always going to be this way. As Michiganders, we understand how to survive bad times by rallying together, by helping one another, by living up to our Midwestern values, and getting back into the fight. As elected leaders, and certainly as a senator, I have a responsibility to chart the path through the dark tunnel and into the light, not by just complaining and whinging that it's all bad, but by charting a strategy from beginning to end on how we get through this moment. And we will. For God's sakes, people, the Detroit Lions are going to win the national championship and the Super Bowl, and they were in the toilet for years. So, it is my privilege to stand on behalf of my state here. It is the most important thing I've ever done. It is the most impactful thing I will ever do. It is my job as that next generation of leader to change the course of this place and this country, and I commit to you I will not let you down. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, when it comes to one of the most basic necessities in life for people, housing, both political parties have failed. Both political parties have failed. Housing costs more than ever today, with the median home costing 5 times as much as the median income for your average American. First-time home buyers are fewer and older than ever. 1 in 4 renters are being forced to spend more than half of their income on rent, and homelessness is plaguing more people than ever before. This crisis was not inevitable. It is a problem that the government has created. There is not enough housing in this country because we have made it virtually impossible to build housing. Ask anyone who has tried to build anything, a shed, a patio, an accessory dwelling unit for their in-laws. They will tell you that the moment you try to do something, there are endless procedural hurdles and regulatory barriers that immediately get in the way. Exclusionary zoning, minimum lot sizes, height restrictions, requirements for multiple staircases, environmental reviews, dozens of public meetings where the grouchiest people in your neighborhood can stop the most virtuous project in your neighborhood. Extensive permitting paperwork, years-long battles with community organizations and boards, and if you want to expedite your permit, you can pay a permit expediter. If you've got 10 grand, they'll put your thing on the top of the pile. Nobody should like this system. I cannot think of something so essential to American life, housing, whether you rent or you want to own, so essential to American life, where the government has created the shortage on purpose and then it strokes its chin, confused as to why there is a shortage. There is a shortage because of us. There is a shortage because of the government itself making it hard to construct the thing that we all say we want. But the good news is this: if the government got us into this mess in the first place, it can help to get us out. And mainly, that means getting out of our own way and not preventing the very things that we say that we like. A lot of progressives in my own party like to say, we're for housing, we're for clean energy, we're for transit and infrastructure. But you can't be for something if you don't want it near you. If you're for housing, you got to see the housing. If you're for clean energy, you're going to see a windmill or a wind farm or a nuclear power plant somewhere. As we envision a just and sustainable and wealthy country, we have to actually make the things that make us more sustainable and wealthy. There is nothing progressive about preventing a nurse or a firefighter or a teacher or a small business owner from actually living in the community in which they work. There is nothing progressive about making people drive an hour to work, or in Hawaii, forcing people to leave the state. Lawn sizes and building heights don't make neighborhoods. People do. And yet, you'll often hear people who oppose new housing say things like, well, we want to preserve the unique character of the neighborhood. And this is something that I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know until I came to the United States Senate. Understand what those words mean and where they came from. They are echoing a dark time in American history of the Jim Crow era. It was a time when communities specifically codified into law language that prohibited black people and other racial minorities from moving into certain neighborhoods. The racial covenants would literally say, quote, "No lot covered by this indenture or any part thereof shall ever be sold, resold, conveyed, granted, devised, leased, or rented to or occupied by or in any way used by any person or persons not of the Caucasian race. That's from a covenant in St. Louis from 1949, and there were contracts just like that one in neighborhoods all across the country. And then racial covenants were outlawed. But their legacy continues today, because what happened was the racists, after this was outlawed, figured out a proxy for race, figured out a way to keep people separated, figured out a way to keep people out of their neighborhoods, figured out a way to make housing more constrained. And that's exclusionary zoning. That's minimum lot sizes. That means you need interior staircases. All of these things that sound virtuous: safety, sanitation, environmental review, historic preservation, all of those things actually matter, but understand that they are being weaponized against the working class. They are being weaponized against the working class, and I'm not sure if this is permissible under the rules, but I'm looking at a bunch of Senate pages, all 16 years old, trying to figure out, where am I going to live when I get a job? Do I have to live with my folks? And for how long? Am I going to be able to move to a suburb or a city or stay in my hometown? Where am I going to live? So how do we fix it? First of all, government has a role that is not just getting out of the way. On the financing side, on the public housing stock side, on vouchers, on Section 8, on HUD-VASH, there are lots of programs that work on the low-income housing tax credit. A lot of government things that we do that have helped and can help more. But the truth is that the throughput capacity of the system is being constrained by the government itself. We could allocate $3 trillion to affordable housing. And if it's still hard to build a house in an individual neighborhood, all that money would get stuck. Actually, the state of California tried that. They allocated an enormous amount of money to housing, and they didn't get very much built. County of Maui many years ago said, no new housing unless it's affordable, which kind of like lands on the ears in a wonderful way, right? No new housing unless it's affordable. You know what happened? There was no new housing at all for a full decade. And so we just have to embrace, on the left, the reason I care about this is because I think it is the single most impactful economic policy that we can implement to make it easier to build housing for working people, for students, for the disabled, for the elderly, for the entrepreneurs, for cities, for towns, for rural neighborhoods. This is important because I care about that. Now, if you are a conservative, the basic principle is almost even more simple, which is, it's your damn property. You should be permitted to do what you want with your property within certain safety boundaries and all the rest of it. But if it's your property and you've got 1/4 of an acre and you want to build an accessory dwelling unit for your kids because they're adults and they just had a baby, you should be allowed to do pretty much whatever you want with your property. But we have inverted the presumption so that it's your neighbors that get to decide what you get to do with your property. So if you're a private property rights person, you should love the idea of deregulating the housing market. And if you are a progressive and you see how much people are struggling right now, you should love the idea of deregulating the housing market. We need to reform land use laws for upzoning to allow higher density, reducing minimum lot sizes, deploying manufactured homes, enabling single-room occupancy development wherever multifamily housing is allowed. And we know all of this works because it's working in certain places. It's hard to keep any issue out of the partisan crossfire. It really is. Hard to keep anything out of the partisan crossfire, where everyone retreats to their own corner and starts talking past each other and trying to light the algorithm on fire. Our ability to come together, use common sense, and find a way forward will affect how people live and succeed for generations to come. Just this week, Senator Banks and I introduced legislation to incentivize local governments to build more housing near federally funded transit projects. Senator Young and I introduced the YIMBY Act, the Yes in My Backyard Act, which encourages localities to cut onerous regulations and adopt pro-housing policies. We can and we do disagree about almost everything, but on this, we should all be able to agree. In the richest country in the history of the world, people should not have to worry about having a roof over their heads. We can fix this, and we must. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, the Trump corruption of the Environmental Protection Agency continues apace, so I am here today in opposition to the nomination of Szabo to serve as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Air and Radiation over at EPA. The Constitution provides the President the power to nominate ministers and officers of the United States, and the Senate advice and consent power over his nominees. I think we probably agree that the Constitution means something, that advice and consent is not a mere rubber stamp, that when a nominee comes before your committee, they should provide straight answers to questions. Well, this nominee dodged our questions and then doubled down with more obfuscation when we gave him a chance to clarify through questions for the record. That alone should be sufficient reason to withhold consent until proper answers are obtained. This character, Szabo, is credited by name as a contributor to the EPA chapter of Project 2025, the extremist, right-wing, fossil fuel-funded blueprint for dismantling the federal government, which President Trump is now dutifully implementing. Some of the environmental highlights from Project 2025: weaken the Clean Air Act by reversing the endangerment finding, purge the agency, and bring to its staff trauma. In case you aren't keeping score at home, EPA Administrator Zeldin is already hard at work on these. Szabo was an advisor to the America First Policy Institute, the Trump-aligned think tank funded by fossil fuel and aligned with big oil interests. He worked as a lobbyist, pushing the interests of major polluters, like members of the American Petroleum Institute. Well, chief on the wish list of his former clients is rescission of the EPA endangerment finding. That was a 2009 evidence-based determination that greenhouse gases, in fact, are harmful to human welfare and the environment. When that rule was adopted back in 2009, it had actually already been settled scientific fact for decades that greenhouse gases harm the public and the environment. Now, 16 years later, the evidence has only gotten stronger, and the looming economic dangers of climate collapse have only gotten more evident. The only people who benefit from repealing the endangerment finding are the planet's biggest polluters, Mr. Szabo's former clients. To me, Mr. Szabo's recent work and professional affiliations should also render him unfit for the role to which he has been nominated. Is this really what we want for the EPA? Is this really how we protect clean air, by helping polluters rule the roost? It gets worse. When questioned at his hearing about his ties to Trump's donors' extreme anti-environmental agenda, Szabo provided obfuscatory answers. He acknowledged that he was a contributor to Project 2025, which he could hardly fail to do since his name was on it, but he stated that he kept no records of his contributions to that effort. He was asked whether he had no records because he never had any, or because he deleted them, couldn't answer, bumbled, stumbled, bobbed, weaved, dodged, and ultimately refused to answer, although he did concede that some of the advice he had provided was written advice. Following up with subsequent QFRs on the topic, we got from Mr. Szabo a sudden response, albeit one that does not seem credible, particularly in light of his previous inability to answer the question. He wrote, "Like millions of other Americans, I've been the subject of attempts to steal personal information through electronic means. I, like many federal government employees, had their completed standard Form 86, titled Questionnaire for National Security Positions, stolen in 2015. That included sensitive information. I periodically delete old messages and documents that are no longer necessary to help ensure privacy and security to my family, those I interact with, and myself." Seriously. Szabo had plenty of time to provide that response during his confirmation hearing, but he never mentioned anything of the sort. And to be clear, his contribution to the anti-environmental portion of Project 2025 is hard to connect with any issues of family, privacy, and security. To be clear, this is not entirely about whether you approve or disapprove of Project 2025. What's relevant here is the extreme degree of evasiveness in answering, or more exactly, not answering our questions. Senators are constitutionally obligated to provide advice and consent on the prominent president's nominees, so we should demand better than this in the people we confirm to serve in the most senior positions in our government. The current status of dodgem in our nominations hearings is a disgrace. Beyond Mr. Szabo's own questionable qualifications and his deceptiveness and his troublesome testimony, we also cannot ignore the full-on corruption of EPA on behalf of Trump's polluting fossil fuel donors. Corruption well underway. I already mentioned the endangerment finding, but there's more. Proposed deregulatory efforts will make cars dirtier and less fuel efficient. Why? So Trump's donors in the oil industry can sell more gasoline. They will let power plants and oil and gas facilities spew more carbon dioxide and methane without limits. Why? So Trump's fossil fuel political donors can sell more oil and gas to those facilities. EPA is even attempting to shut down the program that keeps track of how much carbon pollution industrial facilities emit. See no evil, hear no evil. The Trump corruption train rolls on, and to allow one of the architects of the EPA section of that fossil fuel-funded Project 2025 free rein to dismantle an office that is so central to the agency's core mission and to the protection of all our constituents will do nothing to help anyone except the interests of the polluters who fund President Trump and, I may add, the Republican Party. I will vote no on his nomination, and I strongly urge my colleagues to do the same for a multiplicity of good reasons. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. In November, President Trump and Republicans really received a very powerful mandate from the American people. They wanted to make certain that our border was going to be secured, that we were going to strengthen the economy, get inflation under control, rein in wasteful government spending, and get ourselves back on track. Make America great and prosperous and safe and secure once again. By passing the One Big Beautiful Bill, we delivered on this mandate by securing the largest tax cut in U.S. history, including reduced taxes on tips and overtime, a $6,000 bonus deduction for seniors, and the permanent extension of President Trump's 2017 tax cuts. It also reduces the burden of the death tax for millions, providing critical relief for family-owned businesses and so many of our nation's farms and farmers. It bolsters our armed forces with a $150 billion increase in military spending. It provides the largest ever investment in border security so that we can indeed complete building the wall and also hire new Border Patrol agents and officers. It strengthens Medicaid by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. It restores fiscal sanity by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in far-left spending. And the list goes on and on. These are all enormous wins for Tennesseans that I represent, and indeed for all Americans. But our work here in this chamber is far from over. At the top of the list, we have the need to confirm President Trump's nominees. The president deserves to have his team in place to enact his agenda. But instead of working with us to carry out the will of the American people, our colleagues across the aisle have chosen to obstruct at any cost. Right now, we have 130 pending nominations. People that have been through committee, their paperwork is in, their questions are answered. Mr. President, all they need is a vote in this chamber, and there is absolutely no reason that we should have this backlog, especially when you look at the importance of these nominations. U.S. ambassadorships to the Vatican, Netherlands, Chile, Greece, and the European Union. 7 federal judgeships, U.S. attorneys, undersecretaries for the Departments of Veterans Affairs and the Navy, the commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission. That's just a brief, partial list. Now, our Democratic friends are trying to slow down the process on these nominees as much as they possibly can. They lost at the ballot box. They have lost in the halls of Congress. They've tried the courts, and they've lost in the courts. So obstruction and stalling is what they have left as they try to spite the president. They might think that they are hurting just the Republicans or just the president, but you know, Mr. President, what they are doing is hurting the people that they are elected to represent. Every single day that goes by without these nominees being approved and getting to work on the job, then those nominees are not able to work on behalf of the American people. And unfortunately, it is the people that suffer because agencies are not fully staffed and can't make responses. You have individuals that need help with VA benefits or help with an agency with an item of concern. And at this point, they are understaffed. With the recent disclosures from D&I Gabbard, we're learning even more about how President Obama and the Democrats manufactured the Russia hoax to try to derail President Trump's first term. And I bring this up because their obstruction is nothing new. When they run out of different roadway and different avenues and different opportunities, they've got one thing left. And as I said, they've lost at the ballot box. Here in Congress, they've lost at the courts. So now what they do is try to obstruct. And we know from the documents that have been released concerning the Russia hoax that the Democrats were hard at work on this in 2016 and 2017 with President Trump's first term. For months, far-left activist judges undermined our Constitution by blocking lawful orders from the Trump administration in a brazen effort to decide nationwide policy. Their abuse of power only came to an end when the Supreme Court reined in those district federal judges and said, no, you have no ability and you have no right to issue nationwide injunctions. And more recently, we've seen Democrats try their best to obstruct a core part of the America First agenda, and that is securing our southern border. Americans want our border to be secure, and they want criminal illegal aliens removed from their communities. Across the country, ICE and the Border Patrol agents have been hard at work carrying out this mandate and arresting criminals who have absolutely no right to be here in our country. Well, the Democrats are working to vilify and undermine our brave federal law enforcement. We've seen congressional Democrats try to storm ICE facilities, including a House member who faces federal charges for assaulting a federal ICE officer. They've smeared ICE agents who are risking their lives to protect our country, comparing them to the secret police and Nazis. They've pushed legislation that would prohibit officers from wearing masks, exposing them and their families to targeted harassment. This is all happening as ICE officers face an 830% surge in assaults. That's correct, 830% increase in assaults. Just this month, far-left criminals ambushed officers at an ICE facility in Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. 3 days later, a man sent 3 people to the hospital after firing dozens of rounds at a separate Border Patrol facility in Texas. These brave officers deserve our total and undivided support, and the American people deserve to have elected representatives who protect their interests. That's why Republicans are working to do every single day, working to protect our nation's citizens. And nothing, not even this obstruction that continues every single day by the Democrats, is going to stop us. Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
The senator will
I'm sorry.
suspend. The Senate is in a quorum call.
Oh, thank you, Madam President.
Ask consent
May I have unanimous consent to get out of the quorum call, please?
without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. This has been a red line for decades, going back to President Clinton. And the reason is because the results would be catastrophic. It would create an existential threat to our allies and partners in the region, such as Israel. Even worse, it would create a threat to our heroic service members at a time when Iran and its proxies have already shed blood and have that blood on their hands. It would trigger a regional arms race as countries threatened by Iran's persistent malign aggression seek their own nuclear deterrent. And it would lead to an even more assertive and aggressive Iran that would be emboldened by its perceived security guarantees that come with a nuclear weapon. That's why Israel's recent military campaign against Iran, which culminated in the successful airstrikes ordered by President Trump on Iran's key nuclear facilities, is so important. Iran is now as weak Iran is now as weak now as it ever has been since the 1980s, probably weaker. The strikes have delayed Iran's path to a nuclear weapon by a few years. But in order to seize this moment, the U.S. and our allies must impose maximum pressure to the highest extent possible to force Iran to permanently and verifiably end its nuclear program, including its capacity to enrich uranium. This is why the snapback of UN sanctions is so important. 10 years ago, Iran made commitments under JCPOA, including reducing its enriching of uranium and its uranium stockpile, limiting the enrichment of uranium and its centrifuges, and allowing intrusive monitoring. As a result, the UN passed UN Security Council Resolution 2231, which endorsed the JCPOA. In exchange for Iran's compliance, it provided for the eventual termination of all previous UN sanctions targeting Iran's nuclear program after 10 years. It also sunset UN arms restrictions on Iran after 5 years and UN prohibitions on Iran's missile and drone activities after 8 years, both of which have now expired. However, even before the prohibitions ended, Iran was blatantly violating them, sending suicide drones to Russia and weapons of terror to its proxies like Hamas and the Houthis. These sanctions shouldn't have not been allowed to expire in the first place, especially when the price was the destruction of European cities and the lives of American citizens threatened by Iranian weapons. Under 2231, any signatory to the JCPOA, which includes the UK, France, and Germany, can trigger the snapback of these waived sanctions and restrictions if Iran is in, quote, significant non-performance of its commitments under the JCPOA, end quote. Not only has Iran blatantly violated these commitments, it has done so repeatedly for 6 years, all without consequences from the UN. On top of that, in June, the IAEA, the world's nuclear watchdog, for the first time in 2 decades, declared that Iran had failed to comply with its IAEA safeguard obligations. And how did Iran respond? By threatening Director General Grossi and effectively kicking out the IAEA's remaining inspectors and booting them out of the country. From breaching the cap on its stockpile of uranium and enriching to 60%, to expanding its nuclear enrichment facilities, Iran has trampled on its obligations under the JCPOA. So where does that leave us? The West has 87 days before we lose our ability to snap back tough UN sanctions on Iran. That opportunity permanently expires October 18th. But the real deadline is much sooner. the snapback process takes at least 30 days to fully complete. Adding to the urgency, Russia is set to take over the president of the UN Security Council in October. This would allow Russia to use its position to delay the process and run out the clock. Iran knows this. Just yesterday, Iran held talks with Russia and Communist China to discuss preventing the activation of the snapback. This cannot be allowed to happen. Our European allies have said that they are prepared to trigger snapback by the end of August if no firm, tangible, and verifiable nuclear commitments from Iran are in place. This is being done in coordination with the Trump administration, who continues to pursue diplomatic talks with Iran. I commend our allies for setting a deadline. However, this path is under a timeline that leaves little room for error. Unsurprisingly, the Iranian regime is resorting to its long-standing playbook to delay, and prevent snapback from happening. Later this week, the Iranians are scheduled to meet with the E3 in Istanbul. There are rumors that the discussions could center on what conditions the E3 would postpone the snapback. But today, I stand to urge our European friends to hold the line and not to bend to Iranian threats or be fooled by Iranian assurances. After 10 years, Iran does not need more time, it needs more pressure. A window now exists to completely change the trajectory of the Middle East for the better. But that window will close unless we convince Iran that its nuclear weapons program will never be tolerated. Period. That's why this resolution urges the E3 to snap back sanctions as soon as possible. We must not let Iran off the hook. At this point, I'd certainly love to hear from my esteemed colleague from Idaho. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Idaho.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Ricketts, for those very clear remarks that demonstrate exactly why this needs to be done. I, myself, for a long time, have hoped to see our European partners wake up to the extreme threat that we all face from a nuclear Iran. Today, we are 10 years on from President Obama's failed nuclear deal with Iran. And over the last 10 years, Iran has enjoyed unwarranted sanctions relief, and time is short before the opportunity expires to snap back sanctions, as has been described by my colleague from Nebraska. This resolution would make it clear that the U.S. Senate understands the threats we face from a nuclear Iran and urges our UK, French, and German partners to immediately trigger snapback sanctions pursuant to UN Security Council Resolution 2231. We cannot afford to wait until the end of August. Initiating the snapback process would be the right and long overdue move and would deny Iran the resources it uses for its terror agenda. The 2015 deal flooded Iran with cash while allowing it low-level enrichment, a clock to simply wait out, no limitations on ballistic missiles, and nothing to rein in terror proxies. Years down the line, the sanctions relief Iran received from this deal directly funded Iran's terror proxies and led to Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. Iran's ejection of the International Atomic Energy Agency from its facilities marked the latest in a long chain of violations of Iran's nuclear commitments. These actions confirmed what we have known all along. The Iran nuclear program is not civilian, as they claim. It is the pursuit of a bomb to destroy Israel and threaten U.S. national security interests in the region. The international community must not tolerate this activity any longer. The decision to initiate the snapback process is only the beginning. The UN Security Council must fully process and formally reinstate UN sanctions without delay. Furthermore, once sanctions are back in place, we must commit to their enforcement. Chinese purchases of Iranian oil and illicit oil smuggling through third countries have long violated existing UN sanctions. Once UN sanctions return, all member countries will have a duty to crack down on this illegal activity. President Trump has once again instituted a maximum pressure policy to bring Iran to the negotiating table. I hope our European friends will also take the necessary and the next step to counter Iran's threat to regional and global security for good. This resolution will communicate with our European friends. That is the intent of this body to do so. With that, I'll yield back to Senator Ricketts.
From Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate my colleague from Idaho's remarks because they are spot on with regard to what is going on here. Under previous administrations like the Obama administration and the Biden administration, the strategy was to try to buy off Iran, to try to give them enough money to be our friend. And that is a failed policy. It's been demonstrated by failed policy. Under the Trump administration's first term, where they applied maximum sanctions, they were able to take Iran's foreign reserves down from $122.5 billion to under $14 billion. And when that happened, Iran did not have the money to be able to fund terrorist organizations like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah. When the Biden administration came in and opened up the valves for them to get their oil money again, that's when we saw this problem reoccurring. And to my colleague's point, if you look at what's going on, the enrichment they're doing right now is not for a civilian nuclear program. 23 countries in this world today have civilian nuclear energy programs. And what they do is they get their enriched uranium from other sources. They don't enrich it themselves. This allows them to have a civilian program. This is what Iran needs to go to. They cannot be allowed to have an enrichment program. Maximum pressure is what works. It's been demonstrated to work in the first Trump administration. The appeasement of the Biden administration only encouraged them to fund terrorism around the world. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism. And so I believe that the European countries need to snap back these sanctions. This will help us in the negotiations with Iran right now. As I mentioned, they're their weakest state since the 1980s, maybe weaker. So we must snap back these sanctions. This resolution will encourage our European allies to do that. And therefore, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, and as if in legislative session, the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 81. I further ask the resolution be agreed to, the Ricketts Amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Kentucky.
Object. Diplomacy cannot be all stick and no carrot. There is no question that the recent U.S. strikes dealt significant damage to Iran's nuclear program. Yet it is still unknown whether the use of military force will induce the Iranians to come to the table. Instead, our attack may lead to the opposite effect, hardening the regime's opposition to U.S. demands. From the perspective of Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, submitting to U.S. demands now would be perceived by Iranians as surrender. It is unknown yet whether the combined U.S. and Israeli bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities will lead to an end to their nuclear program or a sprint to the completion of a weapon. In fact, our attack on Iran may turn out to be a disaster. It's unknown. It may turn out, though, to be the final catalyst for Tehran to double down on an effort to secure a nuclear deterrent to ensure that their country cannot be attacked with impunity again. Now, we hear from the same voices in the establishment who were adamant that the war would be a panacea, that the imposition of more sanctions is the solution. The Washington establishment doesn't seem to be familiar with Einstein's famous definition of insanity. Sanctions have been consistently ineffective at altering Iran's behavior in a manner favorable to U.S. interests. Repeatedly, as we put sanctions on, there's been no change in Iran's behavior. Sanctions are often counterproductive. Sanctions immiserate the civilian population to such an extent that they rally around the regime in opposition to foreign interference. Some in this body maintain that sanctions will prompt the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the despotic regime that rules over them. That would be great, but history suggests otherwise. Instead, we may stoke the flames of nationalism by directing the ire of the people away from the Ayatollah and towards the United States. Additionally, this resolution's purpose to urge the United Kingdom, France, and Germany to invoke sanctions is rich, given that it was the United States that unilaterally withdrew from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. So it is a bit inconsistent for us to be arguing that Europe should, by all means, apply and adhere to the JCPOA, which we no longer participate in. If the United States is no longer a member of the JCPOA, what gives Washington the right to advise those who remain in it to invoke certain mechanisms within the agreement? Washington's determination to worsen relations with Iran risks further military confrontation and diverts finite U.S. resources from other more pressing domestic and international concerns. That's why I'm offering a substitute amendment to Senate Resolution 81 that makes clear the futility of sanctions and the needless risk of further escalation. My amendment leaves room for President Trump to find a diplomatic solution. It resolves that the United States supports the de-escalation of tensions between the United States and Iran, affirms that stable relations with Iran are in the U.S. national interest, seeks a peaceful resolution to concerns regarding Iran's nuclear program, and urges the Trump administration to prioritize diplomacy with Iran over further war. Prudent diplomacy requires tact and respect. Instead of adopting the same tried and failed policies of the past, let us today have the courage to forge a new path. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Therefore, I ask the senator to modify his request to include my amendments to the resolution and preamble, which are at the desk.
Does the senator from Nebraska so modify his request?
Reserving the right to object. My esteemed colleague from Kentucky has argued that we should pursue diplomacy, and indeed, the Trump administration is pursuing diplomacy. However, the path he is arguing for right now was tried by the last administration and failed miserably. What Iran respects is strength. And while we are certainly not advocating regime change, what we are advocating is the use of policies that were effective in the first Trump administration. As I stated already, in the first Trump administration, by applying maximum pressure, the Trump administration was able to take Iran's foreign reserves down from $122.5 billion to under $14 billion. They may have had the desire to fund terrorism, but they did not have the ability to fund terrorism. And that's what these sanctions would continue to do, is put pressure on Iran. We may not be able to change the regime, but we can make them poor so they cannot fund terrorism. Yes, by all means, we should continue diplomacy, but we should do it from a position of strength, which is why we're encouraging the European nations of France, Germany, and the UK to snap back those sanctions, to give us that strength in going into these negotiations, to convince Iran that there is no path for them to have a nuclear weapon. They must give up that plan. They must give up their enrichment. And therefore, I will not modify my request.
The objection to the modification is heard. Is there an objection to the original request from the senator from Nebraska?
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
I notice no further debate on the nomination. Request that we move to the vote.
Is there further debate? If not, the question occurs on the Bluestone nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Salsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Cotton, Curtis, Husted, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Schmidt, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Booker, Durbin, Hassan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Schatz, Slotkin, and Smith. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Ossoff, No. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Shaheen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Aaron Szabo of Virginia to be an Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Aaron Szabo of Virginia to be an Assistant Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Capito, Kramer, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moreno, Risch, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Betterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Van Hollen, Welch. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Rounds, Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye.
Prepared.
Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hawley, aye.
The yeas are 48, nays 47. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Environmental Protection Agency, Aaron Szabo of Virginia to be an assistant administrator.
President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No.
Okay. Mr. President, I want to speak briefly about two subjects. They're different. They're both important, but they're different. Let me start with the reconciliation bill, which President Trump and others called the one big beautiful bill. I continue to go through the bill, and every time I do, I'm impressed. This is a breathtaking bill in the sense that it covers so many subjects. I think each of us could spend hours talking about this bill. I'll just hit the highlights. This is one of the most far-reaching pieces of legislation that this body will ever pass. We extended the 2017 tax cuts, no small feat in itself. Had we not done that, the American people would have suffered under a $4.3 trillion tax increase. So we stopped that tax increase. And some of my friends and colleagues talk about, well, all you did was stop a tax increase on the billionaires. That is nonsense. That is nonsense on a stick. Unless your soup of the day is gin, you know that is a lie. Half of that tax increase would have hit working men and working women and working families in this country. The other half would have hit our small businesses and, yes, some of our large businesses. We stopped that. We made some of those tax cuts permanent. We cut taxes on tips. In this bill, we cut taxes on overtime. We cut taxes on Social Security. We cut taxes on car loans. We expanded a tax credit for child care to help moms and dads pay for the child care so they can work. We increased the child tax credit. We increased the standard deduction, and that's going to take effect immediately. We funded school choice. For years and years and years, I have tried, we all have tried, many of us have tried to provide the American people, moms and dads, with school choice. This bill did it. You know, I went to a public school. I'm proud of that. But competition makes all of us better. I can go to my overpriced Capitol Hill apartment or Capitol Hill grocery store and choose from 6 or 7 types of mayonnaise. Why shouldn't we give parents, moms and dads, choices for their kids' education? We're doing that with the school choice portion of this bill. We increased money for the border. And we increased money for defense. Now, we also addressed the problem in Medicaid, and I've been very disappointed because some commentators have said that we're going to throw off from the Medicaid rolls. I've read anywhere from 10 to 12 million people. And the implication in some of these articles and some of these comments is that we're just going to look at the Medicaid rolls and go through and say, you're gone, we can't afford you. And that's not what this bill does. The first thing you have to realize is that actually Medicaid's not going to be cut at all under this bill. Under our bill that we just passed, our spending on Medicaid over the next 10 years is going to go up 20%. So nobody's cutting Medicaid. There are some people, as a result of the new provisions that we have put into law, who will no longer be eligible for Medicaid and will no longer get Medicaid. But they weren't entitled to get it in the first place. So when you say, well, you're throwing people off of Medicaid, they weren't entitled to it in the first place. You're not entitled to Medicaid if you're making $200,000 a year. And you didn't tell the truth when you signed up for the Medicaid in your state, and your state didn't verify your statements. But let me give you one example. CMS just put out a report. Our bill is going to change the law so that 2.8 million Americans. This is the CBO says like we're throwing 10 or 12 million Americans off of Medicaid. I'll just give you this one example. 2.8 million of those Americans who will lose Medicaid are double dippers. They signed up twice. We have 1.2 million people on the Medicaid rolls who are signed up in 2 states. And the American taxpayers paying twice. As you know, Mr. President, well, you were a great governor. You were a governor and a damn good one. Most states use managed care, and they pay per Medicaid patient. So if a state is paying, let's say, I'll pick a number, $8,000 per Medicaid patient per year to the health care organization to provide their care, and that person is signed up in 2 states, they're double dipping, and it's costing the American taxpayer $2,000 to $8,000 payments a year. That's cheating. So from one perspective, you're throwing these people off Medicaid. They weren't entitled to double dip in the first place. CMS also came out with a report, and by CMS I mean the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which is the federal agency that administers Medicare and Medicaid. CMS has also found that there are 1.6 million people who are on Medicaid today who are receiving both Medicaid and Obamacare. Well, what's Obamacare? I'll refresh everyone's memory. Medicaid is supposed to be for the poor and disabled, and Medicare is for the elderly, and a lot of other Americans have health insurance through their job. But there are a certain number of Americans who don't have health insurance because they're not old enough for Medicare, and they're not poor enough for Medicaid, and maybe their employer doesn't offer health insurance. So they can go to an exchange, we call them the Obamacare exchange, and buy health insurance. Now, President Obama and some of my colleagues, I wasn't here then, but when we passed Obamacare, the Obamacare exchanges, the Affordable Care Act, we were told that health insurance would be cheaper, and we were told it would be more accessible. It's been neither. We were also told if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. That wasn't true either. But the point is that we have a number of Americans who, if they don't qualify for Medicare, they don't qualify for Medicaid, they don't get insurance through their employer, they go to the Obamacare exchanges. But CMS found we've got 1.6 million people who are getting both health insurance through the Obamacare exchanges, which we subsidize, taxpayers do, and through Medicaid. That's called double dipping. It's illegal. And CBO can put out all the reports that they want to saying, oh, you're throwing all of these people off Medicaid. And technically they're right, but they're not eligible to be on Medicaid. I just gave you an example. 2.8 million people who are double dipping. It's illegal to double dip. It's immoral to double dip. It's unfair to taxpayers to double dip. All our bill does is say you can't double dip. Cheating is wrong. Is that throwing people off Medicaid? Technically, yes. But once again, as the other provisions in this bill also do, we're taking people off Medicaid who weren't eligible for it in the first place. As a result of these 2.8 million people, I think CMS, I'm looking for their figure, I think that it costs the American taxpayer, because of these 2.8 million folks who are double dipping, $14 billion a year. $14 billion a year over a 10-year window, which is the horizon that we use. That's $140 billion that we're going to save. And that savings is going to go back into Medicaid to make it even stronger. And that's just one example of how much of, not much, but well, yeah, much of the reporting on our bill is misleading. The second thing I want to talk about, Mr. President, excuse me, I just want to briefly thank Jimmy Graham. Who's Jimmy Graham? I know, Mr. President, you know who Jimmy Graham is. He was one of the best tight ends who ever played the game. Now, he was a New Orleans Saint, I think, for 6, 7 seasons. He played elsewhere. I looked it up. He played for the Seahawks. He played for the Packers. He played for the Bears. But he was a total beast, in the best sense of the word, playing for the New Orleans Saints. And he's retired. After 13 years in the NFL, Jimmy has decided to retire. He was a big boy. He is a big boy. But he started out as a basketball player. Didn't play football, he played basketball. And he transformed himself. The numbers that Jimmy put up are just out of this world. They're otherworldly. He is clearly one of the most prolific pass-catching tight ends in the history of the game. And as you know, Mr. President, many tight ends just block. That's their job. Jimmy not only blocked, but he caught passes, and he caught a bunch of them. He is number 7th in NFL history in receptions at 719. He ranks number 8th in receiving yards at 8,545. He ranks 4th in touchdowns at 89. When he was with the Saints, I was looking at this afternoon. In 6 seasons, Jimmy Graham caught 392 passes for 4,791 yards and 55 touchdowns, and he was a tight end. He was a tight end. His first job was to block. He also caught a few balls. And he gave my people in Louisiana a lot of joy at a time they really needed it. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Graham for the joy that he brought to anybody and everybody who watched him play football, but especially when he played for the New Orleans Saints. And I want to wish him well. And I wanted to end on some good news tonight. Thank you, Mr. President, for your attention. I will yield to my colleague or colleagues if they would like to speak. If not, Senator Durbin. Well, Well, if not, I'll just Senator Blumenthal, my good friend Senator Blumenthal would like to speak, so I will yield to my legal eagle friend, Senator Blumenthal.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here with a number of colleagues on probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make with respect to the future of justice in America. The nomination of Imo Bove to be a judge on the Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, the second highest panel in our judiciary. And he is about as unfit and unqualified as any judicial nominee to come before this body in my 15 years here. And I say that with sadness as well as anger, as someone who still proudly would call myself a litigator, a trial lawyer, and a member of the Judiciary Committee, where I'm proud to serve with my great colleague, the ranking member now, Senator Durbin, and others from that committee will come before us tonight. We're here not only on the merits of Mr. Bove, but also because we were denied an opportunity in the committee to present fairly and fully our case against Mr. Bove based on the record. And we were denied an opportunity to elicit from the Department of Justice and the administration the facts that are necessary to evaluate his nomination. We were denied the opportunity to have a whistleblower come before the committee, a whistleblower who bravely came forward with facts showing how Mr. Bove suggested, indeed urged, that lawful court orders be disobeyed, that the Department of Justice ought to tell the courts to F themselves. We were denied access to an Office of Professional Responsibility investigation bearing on this nomination, an OPR inquiry into the failure of the team supervised by Mr. Bove to divulge to the defense exculpatory evidence, as they were obligated to do during a prosecution when he was an assistant United States attorney. And Mr. Bove himself, in the hearing that we conducted, was evasive, obfuscating. He refused point blank to answer relevant questions. One of my colleagues, Senator Whitehouse, who will be here tonight, characterized it as the deliberative process privilege. There is no deliberative process privilege. And Mr. Bove had no right to refuse to answer our question about what he has done in his role during the first 6 months of this administration. The fact is, he has been involved in a pattern of lawlessness and recklessness, a violation of individual rights and liberties, a pattern of corruption, unprecedented in the history of the United States Department of Justice, and he has been integral to it, participating actively in it. We have opposed other nominees because we disagree with their judicial philosophy. We've opposed them because they were out of the mainstream. They were ideologues with an axe to grind that was potentially detrimental to rights and liberties. Mr. Bove is in a different category. Yes, he is conservative. He's out of the mainstream. But he is corrupt. He's dangerous, vindictive, and revengeful in a way that this administration has made a pattern of doing. So I'm here to urge my colleagues to stand with us and oppose this nomination. I know that the strong dynamic, we've seen it again and again and again, no matter how many doubts my colleagues may have, to toe the line in thrall of President Trump or in fear of him. But the record here speaks powerfully, or it should, to our conscience and conviction. This nominee epitomizes the Trump demand for loyalty and fealty above all else to him. A sense that he has the power to do what no ordinary American can expect from judges or from prosecutors, that they will, in effect, rig the system in his favor, as Mr. Bove has done while representing, supposedly, the Department of Justice, because he was, like Pam Bondi and others who have taken senior positions, a lawyer, in fact, for President Trump, his personal lawyer, defending him against claims in his personal capacity before he took this role in the Department of Justice. A lot has been made of Mr. Bove's role in dismissing the case against Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. I'm not going to go through all the details except to say that Danielle Sassoon refused to make the argument in favor of dismissing those charges in exchange for concessions on immigration policy. She said it was quote, an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal. The lead prosecutor on the Adams case resigned rather than take Mr. Bove's order, and he too said that it would be a violation of conscience and conviction, and that anyone who is enough of a fool, and I'm quoting, or enough of a coward to file your motion, end quote, should not do so. The judge in the case said, quote, everything here smacks of a bargain, dismissal of the indictment in exchange for immigration policy concessions. He called Mr. Bove's position, quote, fundamentally incompatible with the basic promise of equal justice under law. A quid pro quo deal, but Mr. Bove said it was fine. Even more disgracefully, he said a court cannot review at all a dismissal of this kind. This attitude toward the law alone should disqualify him, but he went further in a March meeting, according to the whistleblower. He said essentially that lawful court orders should be obeyed. That's the nominee for a judgeship, saying that judges ought to be defied. He should not be under consideration for this lifetime appointment for these reasons and others that my colleagues who are coming to the floor tonight will describe in detail. The short-circuiting and straitjacketing of consideration of Mr. Bove will be a stain on the United States Senate. And make no mistake, we will rue the day, my colleagues will, if they vote for this nominee. And we should not in any way turn a blind eye towards the other nominees that will be before us for the district court. Josh Devine, Maria Lanahan, Jordan Pratt, all nominated to serve as trial lawyers on the federal bench. They've made careers of crusading against reproductive rights. Judge Pratt wrote an amicus brief supporting Florida's 15-week abortion ban. He called the procedure, quote, barbaric and, quote, one of the most severe invasions of personal rights imaginable, end quote. Judge Pratt went so far as to raise questions not put before the court by parties and invite the Florida Attorney General to intervene and weigh on these questions. He wrote an opinion upholding holding unconstitutional a Florida law that allows minors to seek abortions without parental consent through judicial waivers. The case didn't require a court to rule on the law's constitutionality, but Judge Pratt took it upon himself to do so, and Mr. Devine led and Ms. Lanahan worked on Missouri's legal challenge against mifepristone. The science is clear. Mifepristone is safe, yet Mr. Devine and Ms. Lanahan didn't hesitate, not at all, to challenge its approval. And their court filing cited 2 research studies mere weeks after he filed the complaint that were retracted due to a lack of scientific rigor, problematic methodology, and undisclosed bias. Edward Archow, nominated for the Southern District of Florida. The ethical lapses on his part were undeniable when he failed to recognize the obvious conflict and recuse himself from his involvement in a case involving the president at a time when he potentially was under consideration for a nomination. These nominations are unqualified. They've revealed themselves to be incapable to meet basic standards of ethical conduct, judicial independence, and if confirmed, they'd extend the administration in its reach into the courts, in effect co-signing the president's most destructive and dangerous impulses, regardless of legality. I urge my colleagues to join us in opposing these nominees. Mr. Beauvais should not be before this body. And I hope my colleagues will recognize the importance of standing strong and speaking out and voting against his nomination and the others that have been made. And I yield to the senior senator from Illinois, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, our great colleague.
Mr. President.
The senator from Illinois.
First, thank the senator from Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal, who really brings a level of expertise and experience to the Judiciary Committee and the Senate that is really unmatched. He's been a friend and a faithful participant in this process all the time that I've been honored to serve with him, and I thank him for bringing us together this evening. Mr. President, last Friday I was in Chicago for the formal ceremonial investiture of a new federal district court judge named April Perry. April Perry has an interesting story that brought her to the bench. The story starts with her nomination to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. That includes the city of Chicago. And she was extremely well qualified for that position and went through the Judiciary Committee at the time. I was chairing it, and went through without a hitch. She was approved and on the list of U.S. attorneys. Now, historically, U.S. attorneys were chosen by voice vote. When President Trump is in his first term in office, I believe he had around 90 U.S. attorneys spread all across the United States, and all but one, perhaps, I'm trying to make sure I'm accurate here, all but one was approved by voice vote. Now look what happens. To bring U.S. attorney before us is a much different process today. What happened? The Democrats gave President Trump all of his U.S. attorney nominees in his first term, with perhaps one exception, by voice vote. Now it goes through an elaborate, time-consuming process. What happened? The Vice President of the United States happened. Vice President J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio decided to come to the floor during the Biden administration after we had approved 63 U.S. attorneys and to object to a voice vote. No, he said, we're going to go through the regular process. I don't like the way the Department of Justice has treated former president at the time, Donald Trump, and so we're going to insist that you dot all the I's and cross all the T's and go through the process and take several days on each one of the U.S. Attorney nominees. He made that decision after 63 had been approved under Biden, and he made it when April Perry was pending. This was her chance, the Northern District of Illinois. And J.D. Vance said, no, not the ordinary process, not a voice vote. We're going to take our time. And he applied the standard not just to my U.S. attorney in Illinois, but to his own U.S. attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. He was resolute. We're going to stop the way this has been done in the past. That was literally the end of consideration of U.S. attorneys under Joe Biden. If that was his goal, J.D. Vance's goal, our vice president's goal, he achieved it. So what happened next to April Perry? A wonderfully qualified nominee ready for U.S. attorney. Well, we sat down and decided that we didn't want to waste that talent. And I went to her and said, would you consider the vacancy for the U.S. District Court that is open now? You've gone through the vetting, they've gone through the background checks, the FBI's asked all the hard questions, they've interviewed all the attorneys you worked with, and everybody finds you acceptable. Would you consider the federal bench? And she said yes, and she was approved. And we had her formal investiture this last Friday. Those are happy occasions, and there aren't many of them, I'm sure, in the federal courthouse, at least not of this caliber. And District Court Judge Virginia Kendall, who is a presiding judge over the Northern District, called together her colleagues to witness this investiture, this happy day for new judge April Perry. She brought in about 30 federal district court judges from the Northern District and a number from the 9th District or 7th District of the Appellate Court. And it dawned on me as I attended this ceremony for April Perry that this has turned out to be an important part of my Senate career. If you'd asked me when I ran for the Senate, what about the appointment of judges? I'd say, well, that's fairly routine. Turns out it's not. It's more than routine. It's one of the more important things you do, because the men and women chosen to serve in the federal court system, Article III judges, are appointed for life. For life. To remove them, you have to go through an impeachment through Congress to remove a federal court judge. That's how important it is. That's how permanent it is, the permanent nature of it. And that's why each selection makes a difference. I looked at the 30 or so judges who gathered and realized that I had had a hand in appointing every single one of them, and many others too. And so you go through that process a number of times and you learn. I look back now on all of the district court judges that I've had a hand in choosing, and I will tell you, for 2 or 3, it was a mistake. If I had it to do over again, I would have asked more questions and I would have had more information on those who were chosen. But that's over a span of 29 years, 2 or 3. Those who were approved, dozens of others, have really done well, and they've been praised for the job that they did. So when I was chairman of this committee, fortunate to have that opportunity, we approved in a 4-year period of time a record number of federal court judges, 235. President Trump in his first term had done 234. We passed him by 1 court judge. And I'm proud of that because it was a lot of hard work. We had, in order to report a judge out of the Judiciary Committee, every single Democrat had to be in their seats for every minute of the vote. There was no proxy. You had to be there. And they showed up, and Senator Blumenthal was one of those. Senator Welch has joined us now in the Judiciary Committee, and I salute them. But now, under the second term of President Trump, the rules are changing. They weren't very good the first round, and they're worse now. The first Trump administration put forward some of the most extreme judicial nominees ever considered by the Senate. Several Trump nominees had little or no experience in a courtroom, no litigation experience, Would you hire a lawyer to take your case to trial if they had never been in a trial in their lives? 3 district court nominees, Catherine Mizell, Justin Walker, and Sarah Pitlick, won unanimous support from committee Republicans despite having never tried a case. Imagine you're going in a courtroom, you're presiding over a trial. You've never seen one. You've never been in one. You may have seen something on television. You keep looking for Perry Mason and wondering what's next. That, unfortunately, was a reality with many of these nominees in Trump's first term. And many Trump nominees took some unusual, if not controversial, if not just plain wrong decisions. Lawrence Van Dyke, 9th Circuit nominee, we asked him to affirm that he would be fair, to LGBTQ individuals. He wouldn't say it, just couldn't get the words out of his mouth. Michael Troncale, an Eastern District nominee, said of President Obama, he was, quote, an un-American imposter. Those are the words of this man seeking the federal bench about the former president. He said he would, quote, bow to Arab sheiks and other world leaders. Where did you find that nominee? The first Trump administration put forward, get this now, 10 judicial nominees who the American Bar Association found to be not qualified to serve on the federal bench. 10 of them. Well, what's the American Bar Association got to do with this? Historically, the American Bar Association did its own background check on nominees for the federal bench. Where would they go? Well, they would go in the community. They would go to the judges that this person has appeared before. They would go to the fellow attorneys. They would try to find character references, and they would dig deep. And they had some basic rules. You had to have 10 years of experience as an attorney to even be considered for the federal bench. And then they rated people qualified, not qualified, well qualified, and such. Over the strong objections of Senate Democrats, 8 of the unqualified nominees proposed by President Trump in his first term were confirmed by Senate Republicans. So even when the American Bar Association says you're unqualified to serve on the bench, it didn't discourage the loyalists supporting President Trump. Incidentally, under the Biden administration, 235 federal judges, how many of them, Durbin, give us the truth here, how many of them were found unqualified? None. Every one of the 235 were found qualified by the American Bar Association. As a former chairman of the committee said, elections have consequences, and I get it. So I understand that the second Trump administration is going to offer nominees closer to him in political philosophy. But President Trump seems intent on outdoing himself by putting forth nominees who are extreme, partisan, and fundamentally unqualified. Instead of finding more qualified judicial nominees, Attorney General Bondi ordered the Justice Department to stop cooperating with the American Bar Association in rating nominees. She didn't want to run into the embarrassment that they did in the first Trump term, with 10 of them being found unqualified. So she said the way to solve that problem is not to find a better nominee, it's to get rid of the American Bar Association. If they're not going to give a grade to these nominees, we don't have to worry about their being unqualified. She overturned a practice that had been in place for nearly 70 years, going back to a fellow named Dwight David Eisenhower. Both Republican and Democratic presidents had followed the rule. Now the only qualification that President Trump looks for in his judicial nominees, and he says as much, is loyalty. Show me loyalty or get the heck off the bench. Look no further than Emil Bove's nomination to the Third Circuit. As a senior official in the Justice Department, Mr. Bove has done nothing but cater to President Trump's every whim. It's no surprise that President Trump said he had nominated Mr. Bove because he would, quote, do anything that is necessary to make America great again. For life. Judge for life. Show me loyalty, and you got a position for life. Mr. Bove personally ordered the termination of federal prosecutors who put violent January 6 rioters in prison. Understand what happened here. Men and women, professional attorneys working for the Department of Justice, were given assignments. We have a case we want you to pursue and prosecute. It's this individual. Here's the FBI background file. Go to work. Turns out these people are the ones that stormed through that door and went rifled through our desk and aped for photographs sitting in your chair, Mr. President, on January 6th. As a result of their entering this building, 5 Capitol policemen died and 140 were assaulted. Should they have been prosecuted? You bet. Beat up on a cop, you should face the consequences. And they did it on January 6th in the name of stopping the election the American people had been involved in just weeks before. I was here sitting in this chair as the head of the Capitol Police stood where you're sitting, Mr. President, and told us all, stay calm, stay in your chairs, we're going to stay in this room, this is a safe room, and just stay in your seats. They grabbed the Vice President Pence, took him right out that door, and spirited him off somewhere, but they left us here. 10 minutes later, the same policeman stood up and said, new announcement, leave as quickly as possible. We can't keep this room secure. The Senate of the United States of America, the capital of the United States of America, was being run over by demonstrators and insurrectionists. They were beating up on the police, smashing their heads into the wall and between doorlands, and they were ultimately prosecuted for it. And the prosecutors, the assistant U.S. attorneys who were doing this job, were treated in what way by President Trump when he got back in office? They were treated like they were the ones who broke the law. The prosecutors were accused of wrongdoing. Well, that unfortunately is, in the words of Mr. Beauvais, a grave national injustice. He thinks it is to prosecute these demonstrators. He's wrong. What was a grave injustice is what happened to the police on that day. When asked to justify his actions in firing these U.S. attorneys who prosecuted these insurrectionists, Mr. Beauvais claimed heavy-handed tactics by prosecutors were equally unacceptable as physical violence against law enforcement. That is an outrageous and offensive statement by a man who wants to be a federal judge for life at the second highest court in the land. Since January 7th, 2021, there's been an effort by MAGA faithful to rewrite the history of January 6th, but I witnessed it, and many others did as well. The truth is this: the United States Capitol was violently attacked by insurrectionists intent on overturning the 2020 election results. The truth is this: 5 police officers died and more than 140 were injured, protecting this building, the staff, the visitors, and members of Congress. Mr. Beauvais also led the Justice Department's efforts to strike a corrupt bargain with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. This is an outrage, what he did. Mr. Beauvais stated that the charges would be dropped against Mayor Adams without prejudice so that Adams could, quote, devote full attention and resources to illegal immigration and violent crime. In other words, President Trump needed Mayor Adams to do his bidding on his deportation policy. In response, 2 staunch conservatives resigned from the Justice Department: a Trump-appointed interim U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon and lead prosecutor Hagan Scott. Mr. Scott wrote to Mr. Beauvais, and quote, a quote that will be famous for a long, long time. He said it, Senator Blumenthal repeated it, I want to say it as well. Mr. Scott wrote to Mr. Beauvais, who wants this lifetime appointment to the bench, and said, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. I don't know Mr. Scotton, but I will tell you his words are persuasive and compelling. If that wasn't enough, Mr. Beauvais has shown utter disdain for our courts. A whistleblower stepped forward, gave his name, risked his future to tell us what Mr. Beauvais had told to the attorneys working on the case against the insurrectionists. According to this credible whistleblower, who provided ample documentation to back up his claims, Mr. Beauvais told the Department of Justice attorneys that they might need to say, quote, F you to federal courts that issue orders this administration doesn't agree with. Mr. President, that is the most dangerous comment that a person in the position of authority can make in the executive branch, that they will ignore the court orders that are issued against them. Yesterday, the Senate confirmed Joshua Devine to the federal bench. 34 years old, received his law degree 9 years ago. litigated for 5 years, and beyond his troubling lack of experience, he's taken some extreme positions. He calls himself a zealot. He calls himself a zealot when it comes to anti-choice. This zealotry has been on full display in his role as Missouri Solicitor General. He has challenged women's ability in his state to access the abortion drug mifepristone and has undermined the decision of Missouri voters to codify abortion access in their state constitution. Also deeply troubling, Mr. Devine argued in favor of literacy tests at the ballot box, stating that people who, quote, aren't informed about issues or platforms have no business voting. Now, where does that come from? In America, literacy tests, where does that come from? It comes from the era of Jim Crow. After the Civil War, when African Americans were given citizenship and an opportunity to vote, they were intimidated in many states when they tried to. They had to answer questions. How many bubbles in a bar of soap? What do letters of marque and reprisal mean in the Constitution? Impossible questions for anyone, including the lawyers and members of Congress. And yet, off they went. Why did they do it? To discriminate against black voters. Well, it turns out Mr. Devine believes that literacy tests should be restored. It shouldn't be controversial for anyone to say that nominee has disqualified himself. The fact that the body confirmed Mr. Devine is outrageous. These nominees are just the tip of the iceberg. President Trump is going to continue to nominate extreme unqualified individuals unless the Senate takes a stand. If a few of the senators, and I'm not going to name names, who've made statements about principles and values will stand by their own words when it comes to the orders of the court, then they'll join us on a bipartisan basis stopping some of these clearly unqualified individuals. I urge my colleagues, vote against Mr. Beauvais and all future nominees whose only loyalty is to the president and not to the Constitution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today to voice my strong opposition to Arielle Beauvais' nomination to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Mr. Beauvais is unqualified, unfit, and undermines public trust in our justice system. Every report makes one thing clear. He puts politics over justice, loyalty to Donald Trump above all else. We cannot give someone like that a lifetime appointment. I rise because more than 9 million people that I represent, the people of New Jersey, they fall under the jurisdiction of the Third Circuit. This nomination has a direct impact on their lives, their futures, and their rights. The people of New Jersey deserve better. They have had enough of corruption and political gamesmanship and what we see so clearly to be a system rigged for the well-connected and the well-off. Let me explain why this matters. In times when so many feel the system is working against them, courts serve as a critical check on unchecked power. Judges matter because their decisions expand or restrict basic rights. They shape the fate of immigrants seeking a better life, influence our economy, and they determine our safety and future. The courts should reflect the promise of America, a nation where the rules apply equally, no matter your wealth or connections, where fairness guides justice. Arielle Beauvais represents the opposite. He is part of a broken system where loyalty to politics and political power trumps fairness and the law, where connections and corruption undermine justice. Mr. Beauvais' resume includes work as an assistant U.S. attorney, prestigious clerkships, experience in some of the world's most powerful law firms, but that is not why he was nominated. He was chosen for one singular reason, which is his unwavering loyalty to Donald Trump. And throughout his career, Mr. Beauvais has shown he is ethically unfit to be a public servant. He fired career prosecutors, including those working on January 6 investigations, simply because they would not follow politically motivated orders. He openly instructed subordinates to defy court rulings to continue deporting people without due process, and threatened, fired, and publicly disparaged those who refused. This is not public service. This is corruption disguised as loyalty. The pillars of our judicial system are objectively and independence. They ensure that justice is blind to politics. But Mr. Bovee has shown contempt for those pillars. Over 900 former DOJ attorneys have signed a letter urging this Senate to reject his nomination, calling him unfit and unethical. The Department of Justice must stand for law, not partisan agenda. And now we're asked to trust a nominee who has proven willingly to defy the law and undermine the courts themselves. The answer must be no. And let me address a particularly troubling experience that underscores the corruption that Mr. Bovee represents when he sought to dismiss the case regarding New York Mayor Adams. This is not just politics as usual. This is corruption that threatens the integrity of the very justice system Mr. Bovee seeks to join. The kind of deal-making, backroom, political gamesmanship that the people of New Jersey are sick and tired of. And I say this not just as a senator, but as someone who challenged New Jersey's political status quo in federal district court and ultimately before the Third Circuit of Appeals, this very court. Approving this nomination sends a message that corruption and loyalty to power trumps qualifications and fairness. That is not the future I want for my children, my state, or this country. Mr. President, it doesn't have to be this way. That future is in the hands of this very body, the U.S. Senate. New Jersey and this country deserves better than Arielle Bovee. America deserves a justice system it can trust. Let us vote no on Bovee's nomination to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. And with that, I'll yield back.
President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. I oppose the appointment of Arielle Bovee to serve on the federal court. You know, there's two issues. One for any judge is temperament. Absolutely essential, where that judge has to step back and not be partisan, has to be fair to all litigants. Arielle Bovee totally lacks the temperament to serve on the federal judiciary under any president, under any administration. In 2018, the federal public defender for the Southern District of New York sent a letter to the Southern District leadership detailing incredibly detailed complaints from fellow defense attorneys about Bovee. These are people that work with him in a professional capacity. This was before Bovee was a political figure that he's become. And they described him gratuitously as a person who was vindictive, a prosecutor version of a drunk driver, and needing adult supervision. And it was because of his conduct towards the people that he was working in the judicial system. And the reality that we all know is that in the judicial system, fierce as you may be as a prosecutor, determined as you may be as a defense attorney, impartial as you want to be as a judge, everyone has to cooperate to do their job, not interfere with others, and to be supportive of those who are doing the work with you, your fellow prosecutors, your fellow defense attorneys. And Bovee couldn't do that. He does not have the temperament to serve in a high judicial position. Second, and really most importantly, Bovee does not have respect for the rule of law. If you're in a litigation situation, as prosecutors are, as trial attorneys are, as public defense attorneys are, you have an obligation to serve your client fiercely, energetically. But what you have as a shared responsibility, no matter which role you have in the litigation process, the judicial process, is a respect for the rule of law and an obligation to act in accordance with the ethics that apply to you in your service. On June 24th, Perez Ravini, who was a well-respected supervisor, and this is about the Bovee character, who had defended Trump policies in his first administration. This is a person who was supportive of many of the policies that the then President Trump was advocating. He came forward with a very credible whistleblower claim that Beauvais advocated for violating court orders. Beauvais reportedly said that the Department of Justice should be prepared to tell courts that whose decisions they did not like to F off. He said that, and he meant it. That's the truth. And that was gratuitous, but very reflective of the orientation that Mr. Beauvais has towards the law. And the law is incidental. His goals, or the goals of his now client, President Trump, are the only thing that matters. That also happened subsequently, just very recently, with the transfer of individuals to El Salvador in violation of Chief Judge Boasberg's oral order in JGG versus Trump. And that's the case where the judge gave an order stopping the deportation, and Beauvais was complicit in having that plane fly and actually do what was directly in conflict with the order. He also, as we know, instructed prosecutors to drop the criminal case against the New York City mayor, Mr. Adams. It was a blatant quid pro quo. Beauvais has been an active participant in political payback against the January 6th prosecutors and FBI agents who were simply doing their job. By the way, this is so appalling to me. You're a prosecutor. You know that if a prosecutor is assigned a case in a large office like the Southern District of New York or in the Washington District, the prosecutor's job is to prosecute that case. Well, there were a number of prosecutors who were assigned to prosecute the January 6 cases, and as you know, Mr. President, that included people who came in here and started beating up on cops. That's what they did. And those prosecutors did their job and were then fired by Beauvais. No loyalty to people who had the same job and the same responsibility as he did. He also, Mr. Beauvais, sought the names of all FBI employees who worked on investigations into January 6. You know, he stated that was part of an investigation about the weaponization of the FBI against the January 6 rioters. So he's part of the rewriting, the whitewashing of the history of January 6 that is the favored narrative of President Trump. But bottom line, Beauvais has made it clear that he works for his political boss, and that's the president. And the question is not just about Beauvais. The question is for us on the Senate, who have this real responsibility. We have our partisan differences. We have our honest policy differences. But we have a shared responsibility when it comes to the nomination of a person for a federal judicial position to evaluate their qualifications for the job. And first and foremost among the qualifications is that that individual has to be someone who sees as his or her client the Constitution of the United States and the statutory rights and obligations that citizens and companies in this country have. And what President Trump has made very clear, uncomfortable as this may be to acknowledge for many of us many of my colleagues on the Republican side who have to deal with the wrath of a president who doesn't get everything that he wants when he wants it. The reality is that President Trump himself has made it clear that the people he wants appointed, that he will appoint to the court, are people who will put him first, not the Constitution, to put his political whims, his political desires first. He's got the right person in Beauvais, but that's the wrong person for us to confirm. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, there's a legend about a woman who finds an injured snake by the side of the path, and she picks it up to take care of it. She brings it home. She cares for it. She feeds it. She nurtures it. it heals. She takes it back to put it back into where she found it. And as she does so, it bites her. And as its venom goes through her veins and she's dying, she asks the snake, "Why did you bite me? I cared for you, I fed you, I nurtured you, I saved your life when you were wounded." And the snake said, "It's my nature. You knew that when you saved me." For many of us, to our colleagues, this is a mark my words moment about an individual who will continue to disgrace himself and the rule of law if we put him on the bench. We know that because in 6 short months at the Department of Justice, he has been involved in 3 significant instances of prosecutorial misconduct. Not little technical violations of a rule, but truly grotesque abuse of a prosecutor's powers. Not long ago, my Republican colleagues would have prevented even the nomination of a character like this, somebody with a lawless character for the bench. The mad dash to jam through this nominee, first in the Judiciary Committee and now on the floor of the United States, is a new low for the way this body handles its responsibility to vet these lifetime appointments. Let's go through the prosecutorial misconduct instances. This is a nominee who told a room full of DOJ lawyers that if the courts didn't back off on restricting unlawful deportations, they'd have to tell courts, I won't use the word on the Senate floor, F you. We know he said it. We know he said it because it is abundantly corroborated in real-time communications among the lawyers present who heard him say it. They talk about the FU comment in contemporaneous texts in that very matter. You really don't get, I'm looking at a bunch of lawyers around here, you really don't get better corroboration than that. That's the kind of corroboration that you take to the defense counsel and say, maybe we should think about pleading this case out. Why would colleagues think someone who would tell courts, F you, someone who does not believe a judge's rulings need to be followed, is fit to be a judge? We're also on solid ground concluding that this character lied to us about it in committee. He said he didn't recall. That's a heck of a memory lapse, telling a room full of Department of Justice lawyers that they should be ready to tell courts, F you. Somehow he seemed to know that he would get away with it, that he would not be forced by the majority to actually answer our questions. He also said he never instructed anyone to disobey a court order. Too cute by half. What he said was they should be prepared to violate a court order. And by the way, they did. This is all consistent with his lawless character. He also cooked up an improper deal in a criminal case against the mayor of New York, where they were going to hang a suspended criminal prosecution, well-founded and grounded, over the head of the mayor to assure his cooperation with the Trump immigration agenda in his city. You don't do that as a prosecutor. That is unimaginably bad abuse of that power. We had the corroboration in the first instance. What do we have here? We have his own DOJ colleague calling this effort a quid pro quo, calling it an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case. That was the deal, the arrangement that was reached. And that colleague, the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, then resigned rather than go through with the rotten deal. Not enough corroboration? Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, admitted the scheme. He went on Fox News with Mayor Adams and said, I'm quoting here, so excuse some of the language. If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York City and we won't be sitting on the couch. I'll be in his office up his butt saying, where the hell is the agreement we came to? End quote. The agreement. The agreement to hold back a prosecution in order to force the mayor to go along with the immigration agenda. Not enough? Okay. This nominee separately tried to confect a fake criminal investigation to allow an improper seizure of funds that Congress had appropriated, obligated, and disbursed to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. You don't invent fake prosecutions. In this case, his office said, the U.S. Attorney's Office said, there's no there there. We can't sign that pleading. He drove out the criminal chief. The rest of the lawyers also refused to sign. The U.S. Attorney went in himself, all by himself, just a political appointee, no federal prosecutorial experience, no idea what he was doing. The magistrate judge shot him down. Each one of those things is a giant red flag in the Department of Justice, and they all attach to this case. A principle that prosecutors follow is that you must not publicly disparage subjects of your investigation. It is enough that you have the law on your side and the power of prosecution to bring them to justice. You don't throw on a larding of disparagement. Bovey's client in that matter, the EPA administrator, made repeated public statements accusing the fund and its administrators of being corrupt, criminal, engaging in kickbacks, theft, and graft. These accusations are defamatory per se under the common law. This person led these truly evil abuses of DOJ's powers. It is his nature. Those are the problems with the nominee. Now let's look at the problems with the process that got him here. First, in the Judiciary Committee, he was pre-licensed to refuse to answer questions. The committee, the majority, conceded something that Congress has never conceded before, that deliberative process and attorney-client privilege overcome our constitutional powers of oversight and advice and consent. Senator Kennedy and I noted this in our bipartisan report on executive privilege back in 2022. Here's our quote. Congress maintains that all other components of executive privilege, besides presidential communications, which was at issue, that the executive branch recognizes, including deliberative process and attorney-client privilege, are not constitutionally grounded and therefore cannot supervene Congress's oversight authority. To grease Bovey through the committee, they threw all that history out the window. And having made that astounding concession, they then didn't even follow the rules for assertions of these supposed privileges, neither as to their scope, where they apply and don't apply, nor as to what it takes to actually claim them. These privileges need to be asserted, and the witness never actually asserted them. He probably didn't actually assert them because as a lawyer he knows they didn't actually pertain, and he would have been mocked and criticized for asserting those privileges in this circumstance. He knew from the free pass he'd been given not to answer questions that he didn't have to answer, and he didn't have to make the assertions. With his non-answers blessed in advance, he hid behind vague claims of inappropriateness. That is not a privilege. That is not a defense. Attorney-client privilege and deliberative process privilege, even if they pertained here, don't apply to administrative decisions within a department. And deliberative process, indeed any executive privilege, does not apply where the allegation is misconduct. We just went through the 3 instances of prosecutorial misconduct. Again, from my report with Senator Kennedy, quoting the D.C. Circuit here, The privilege disappears altogether when there is any reason to believe government misconduct occurred. The only executive privilege that Congress does recognize also requires proximity to the president. It is not applicable in ordinary agency administration, and the president must invoke it, and he didn't. The Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General even showed up at the hearing to give committee Republicans the eyeball. The result was a hearing that more resembled a rackets hearing from The Godfather than a nominations hearing for a Circuit Court of Appeals judgeship. One last point. While this mischief is going on in the Judicial Committee and on the Senate floor, something else is going on. This is a two-ring circus, and the second ring is over at the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, where Trump judges Rayo and Katsas, over objection, stopped the court hearing into Bovey's potential contempt in the deportation cases. Obviously there, in court under oath, real answers would be achieved. The administrative stay procedure those Trump judges used usually only lasts days. Justice Barrett recently chided a court for an administrative stay that lasted 2 weeks. These two Trump judges have blocked Bovey's contempt hearing for 3 months. If my colleagues keep rubber stamping Trump's lawless nominees, he will just continue lowering the bar, further degrading the judicial system. This has the earmarks of a coordinated play, and I suspect very much that we have not heard the end of this as facts continue to come out in future Judiciary Committee investigations and in the contempt hearing of Judge Boasberg. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, we have an administration that is flouting the law at every turn. Since being sworn into office, Donald Trump has signed dozens of executive orders attempting to do everything from ending birthright citizenship and eliminating the Department of Education to invoking the Alien Enemies Act to deport individuals without due process. In the months since, lawyers defending these lawless actions in court have been rebuffed time and again by judges across the country, including judges nominated by Donald Trump himself. Note that even Donald Trump's nominated judges have said, you can't keep making these kinds of arguments before me. So now Trump has gone even further by nominating to a lifetime judgeship a man who makes no secret of his disregard for our courts and the rule of law, and that man is Émile Loubet. Based on his nomination hearing and a review of his background and the record before us, Mr. Beauvais is unfit to be a federal judge because of his disregard for the rule of law and his temperament. There are so many red flags regarding this nominee as articulated by my colleagues before me. Mr. Beauvais has no respect for the rule of law or the courts that uphold it. This was made all too clear by a whistleblower, a man who had the courage to point out certain things about this nominee, and this courageous whistleblower is Erez Riveni. Mr. Riveni was a career attorney at the DOJ before he was fired by the Trump administration for admitting, by not lying to the court, that the administration made a mistake in deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia to El Salvador. Note this. He was fired because he told the truth to the courts. He was expected to lie to the court and say, oh, you know, the Trump administration did not make a mistake in Mr. Garcia's case. The facts prove otherwise. Far from being a rogue partisan, Mr. Riveni spent 15 years at the Department of Justice including during the first Trump administration, where he received awards for his work defending the administration's policies in court. Mr. Ravenny shared with the Judiciary Committee that Mr. Beauvais, the nominee before us, casually discussed ignoring court orders at a meeting attended by not just Mr. Ravenny, but by a bunch of other AGs in the Department of Justice. So while Mr. Beauvais and my Republican colleagues would like us to focus on whether Mr. Beauvais actually directed the government to ignore a court order at this fateful meeting, that hope misses the point. According to Mr. Ravenny, Mr. Beauvais said the Justice Department would, quote, need to consider telling the courts, F you, end quote. If the court ordered the administration, the Justice Department, to stop what they were doing. Neither Mr. Beauvais nor anyone else has denied the sequence of events. Mr. Ravenny produced 100 pages of documents and text messages supporting his statement that under Beauvais, DOJ lawyers were directed to prioritize the president's political agenda over their legal and ethical obligations. My Democratic colleagues and I tried to ask Mr. Beauvais about these revelations, but unsurprisingly, he refused to answer nearly all of the questions on these points. And as noted, he even cited two privileges that don't even apply to him. So we didn't get much in the way of responses from Mr. Beauvais. So as for the committee, rather than hold a hearing to hear from this whistleblower under oath, Republicans on the Judiciary Committee chose to rush through Mr. Beauvais' nomination, breaking precedent by refusing to allow Democrats to even speak on his nomination in committee. I'm sure people saw that the Democrats on that committee walked up in protest. Beyond his disregard for the rule of law, Mr. Beauvais also lacks the temperament to be a federal judge. You know, we expect our federal judges to be fair, to be objective. We don't expect them to have political access to grind. But that is not what we're going to get with Mr. Beauvais. One issue that is particularly important to me is harassment and abuse of law clerks and court staff by federal judges. Those with nearly absolute power, like a federal judge in their chambers, can do great harm to those that work for them. That is why I introduced a bipartisan, bicameral bill aimed at addressing workplace harassment in the federal judiciary. We know this happens. So this issue arises with regard to Mr. Beauvais because of reports that he was an abusive supervisor at the Southern District of New York. In other words, he is a supervisor who abuses his powers. When questioned, Mr. Beauvais confirmed that a group of office leaders recommended to the U.S. Attorney that he be removed as a supervisor of the unit that he was leading. According to reports, this came after an investigation, and Mr. Beauvais only kept his job after he pleaded to keep it. It is frankly astounding that these very busy prosecutors in the office that he was in considered Mr. Beauvais' behavior so concerning that they went so far as to investigate his behavior and recommend his removal. And to clarify things, I asked Mr. Beauvais in questions for the record to send us copies of his personnel file. He refused. Far from an independent, fair-minded jurist, Mr. Beauvais is willing to use whatever means he deems necessary to meet the ends sought by Donald Trump. There is absolutely no question that the reason Mr. Beauvais came to President Trump's attention was his complete loyalty to President Trump, which he manifests clearly. You know, this is a concern. Don't take my word for it. I want to show you, Mr. President, this is a letter signed by nearly 1,000 former DOJ lawyers urging this body to reject Mr. Beauvais' nomination. They wrote, quote, "We, the undersigned, proudly defended the rule of law as attorneys at the U.S. Department of Justice. We are all alarmed by DOJ leadership's recent deviations from constitutional principles and institutional guardrails." These almost 1,000 letter writers continue, quote, "Emile Beauvais has been a leader in this assault. Despite that, he now stands before you as a nominee for a lifetime seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. It is intolerable to us that anyone who disgraces the Justice Department will be promoted to one of the highest courts in the land, as it should be intolerable to anyone committed to maintaining our ordered system of justice." They went on to remind us that each of us in this body was elected by a democratic process anchored by the rule of law, and urged us to protect the rule of law by voting our conscience and rejecting Mr. Beauvais' nomination. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the letter I referred to be included in the record.
Without objection.
For all the reasons provided by me and my colleagues before me on the Democratic side, I urge my colleagues to join me in defending the rule of law, not putting into a lifetime appointment somebody who thinks that he can ignore court orders, and certainly not by saying F you to the courts, that that person not be confirmed by this body. We need to do our jobs by rejecting this nominee. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, the Senate this week is considering a nominee so patently unfit to be a federal judge, so lacking in the temperament, integrity, and judgment to serve as an arbiter of the nation's laws, that the chorus of opposition has grown deafening, and the facts revealing his unfitness for office are too voluminous to be ignored. I'm speaking, of course, of Emile Beauvais, the lawyer whose misconduct was so egregious that his fellow prosecutors in the Southern District of New York thought he should be demoted. Someone whose management of cases was so flawed that a federal judge not only concluded that his team had misled the court, but that it withheld exculpatory evidence. And the court then ordered the case dismissed. And the Southern District Prosecutor's Office didn't even bother to try to refile the case. It was that tainted by Mr. Beauvais' leadership of that team. After Beauvais left the U.S. Attorney's Office under the threat of demotion, he became one of Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyers, losing the hush money payment to a porn star case in which Donald Trump was convicted of dozens of felonies. Beauvais, though, turned that loss and his blind obedience to Trump into a top position at the Department of Justice. And now for the past 6 months, it seems like every time there's been an abuse of power at the Justice Department, Emile Beauvais either directed it, supervised it, or carried it out himself. When Donald Trump wanted to purge the Justice Department of prosecutors who worked diligently to investigate the January 6th insurrection, Beauvais was the instrument of his vengeance. When Trump wanted to purge the Department of Prosecutors who proved to juries beyond a reasonable doubt that the violent offenders who attacked police officers that day did so to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power Emile Beauvais was there to punish not the criminals, but the prosecutors. When Stephen Miller and then FBI Director Kash Patel worked to carry out an additional purge of career FBI officials who worked on the January 6th investigations, Emile Beauvais was there too. Earlier this year, when the Trump administration wanted a justification to freeze grants already approved from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and they wanted to trump up some justification, some rationale for trying to prevent the distribution of these funds, who did they turn to? Well, of course, they turned to Emile Beauvais. He and then U.S. Attorney Ed Martin pressured the head of the criminal division for the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office to open a criminal investigation into the fund. But there was a problem. There was no evidence of criminal activity. There was no probable cause. There was no predication. And how do we know this? How do we know the opening of this case or the threat of opening this case was bogus? Because the chief of the criminal division in that office resigned rather than comply with this unethical edict. When Trump's DOJ sought to dismiss a serious and credible corruption case against the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, who was the one who ordered career prosecutors to drop the case? That's right, Emile Beauvais. Time after time, we have seen career public servants stand up to abuses of power like this and refuse to obey, leaving careers they loved at the Justice Department, rather than be part of Beauvais' perversion of justice. I served for almost 6 years in the Justice Department. I know the sense of mission that the lawyers in that department feel and how much they love serving and appearing before a court and introducing themselves as on behalf of the United States. It is not a job that people give up easily or for no reason. But I also know that when put in the position of choosing to follow their ethics in the law or choosing to obey a dishonorable and dishonest instruction from a supervisor, yes, they will resign their post, and so many have. Acting U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon was ordered by Beauvais to dismiss the indictment against Eric Adams. In refusing, she called it what it was: an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for the dismissal of his case. In other words, a quid pro quo. Now, I just want to underscore for people what this means and how astonishingly abnormal, unethical this action was. The Justice Department intervened in a criminal case in New York over the objection of the prosecutors handling the case, including the acting U.S. attorney, to dismiss that corruption case against a public official, not because there was a lack of evidence. They didn't even try to claim that. Not because there was any prosecutorial misconduct. They didn't even try to argue that. But because he was useful to the president on his immigration policy. It is an edict from Beauvais that says, if you do the president's bidding, we've got your back. We'll make your corruption case go away. Quid pro quo. Now, interestingly, they didn't want it to go away completely. They wanted it to go away without prejudice. That is, so they could bring it back if he didn't do exactly what the president wanted. Anyone who's ever served in the Justice Department can tell you just how unethical that is. And rather than obey those orders from Beauvais, the acting U.S. attorney, Sassoon, resigned, and many others followed. One of them said, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or a coward to file your motion. But it was never going to be me." No, it didn't have to be him because it was Eric. It was enough for Emile Beauvais. He is there whenever Donald Trump needs someone to carry out his will, regardless of ethical or even legal considerations. And dedicated public servants, career prosecutors are standing up to him, willing to risk their jobs, willing to risk retaliation by a vindictive president. Some of those brave attorneys have come to our committee as whistleblowers. In one case, Arielle Raveni, a 15-year veteran at the department who worked in both Republican and Democratic administrations, shared with our committee that Arielle Beauvais told DOJ lawyers that they would need to consider telling the courts, F you, and ignore any such court order that might get in the way of the Trump administration's strategy of rapid deportation without due process. And in fact, Beauvais' lawyers at DOJ would go on to lie to the judge and violate court orders, prompting the judge to issue an order to show cause why they should not be held in contempt. And Senator Whitehouse is exactly right. The Court of Appeals has delayed that hearing on the order to show cause why those lawyers under Beauvais' supervision should not be held in contempt. And my colleagues here want to rush this thing through. Well, what will they say if the judge finds that Beauvais and others at the Justice Department willfully ignored court orders? What will they say once they've given him a lifetime tenure on the Court of Appeals? Now, during Beauvais' confirmation hearing, I asked him about his FU instruction, and he made the dubious claim that he couldn't recall. Now, that's remarkable. It's not like we're talking about events that happened 10 years ago. This was like 2 months ago, just a few weeks ago. I think I would remember if I had told other lawyers that we should say FU to the courts. So either he instructs them frequently to say FU to the courts, such that he wouldn't remember this particular occasion, or he's being dishonest with us. But his use of that vulgar injunction was corroborated by other DOJ lawyers in text messages, so we really don't need to wonder about this. As one DOJ lawyer texted another, guess it's find out time on the FU. Well, now it's find out time for the U.S. Senate, where we find out whether we are willing to confirm just anybody, no matter how unfit, no matter how terrible the record, no matter how abundant the evidence. It is find out time for the U.S. Senate. Now, what was Beauvais' role in tasking DOJ and FBI to scour old Epstein files and flag mentions of Donald Trump? I know my colleague, Senator Booker, has tried to find out, and Senator Durbin has tried to find out. We don't know because Beauvais refuses to tell us. But we do know that his fellow criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, he and Blanche were the two lawyers that represented Trump in that hush money payment to a porn star case, that Todd Blanche is now rushing to meet with Epstein's chief co-conspirator in jail. It is self-evident that Blanche is there to represent the president's personal interests, not the public interest. And Beauvais represents exactly the same problem. With Beauvais' nomination, we are about to find out if Republicans are content to give a man so routinely in defiance of the rule of law a lifetime job interpreting it on behalf of millions of Americans. We wanted to hear from those whistleblowers like Arielle Raveni, just some of the hundreds of public servants who are speaking out, but Republicans declined our request for testimony and additional hearings even as they rushed to jam through this nomination for a lifetime position. And sadly, we will all have a lifetime to regret it. Like so many of his unfit cabinet nominees, Donald Trump is daring Senate Republicans to oppose him. I hope and pray they will, because the pattern is clear. Arielle Beauvais takes orders from Donald Trump, and that is it. His only merit is blind obedience, not to the law, but to the president. And not just any president, but to one who is also a convicted felon. And so I urge my colleagues, look at Beauvais' record of disrespect for the law and reject this dangerous nominee. Mr. President, I yield back.
President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I really appreciate that recognition, sir. I've seen something I haven't seen since I've been on the Judiciary Committee, which is a complete chorus of condemnation of a circuit court judge. We've had every single person express an interest in coming down here from the Democratic members of that committee to condemn us moving forward with such rapid pace on this nomination. Now, I would love to just leave it there, but there is something that makes it even more urgently necessary to focus, because as much as it might seem like this is a Democrat versus Republican, I'm very happy to see already some Republicans, not enough for us to stop this nomination, but this will be a bipartisan group of opponents, which is rare in this time of fierce partisanship, to see some Republicans looking at the evidence, looking at what Mr. Bovee has said, looking at what Mr. Bovee has done, looking at how he has insulted the very office that he hopes to hold of a judge, judge's orders. People who are looking objectively at the facts are starting to see that this would be a terrible mistake in a bipartisan way. That gives me some hope that with the hours left on the clock, perhaps others too will take the time to understand one of two things. One, clearly, as I believe, and others, not just Democrats, but career prosecutors, career public defenders. We have seen judges. We have seen so many people come forward from both sides of the aisle to say this is wrong. It would be wrong for the senators to do this. This is why we're starting to see some Republicans show more interest, and at least more than one come forward and say they will not support this nominee. It's because the facts are so glaringly clear that this is someone who has no respect for the rule of law. This is someone who's shown that no temperament to be a judge. This is someone who has been condemned for his lack of ethics, that has withheld exculpatory evidence as a prosecutor, has been given the worst Brady violation condemnation from a judge. There are so many things that are legion about this individual that on the face of it is why so many career professionals are coming forward to say that we should not be moving forward. But the second reason why people are having pause is because we are rushing this nomination before questions are answered. Too many people are moving too quickly on the other side of the aisle to get this done before questions are answered. Information is obtained from the record that this body, which is supposed to be deliberative, is supposed to advise and consent, should not be moving forward if they were to honor the obligations that we have. Let me give the multiple reasons why we are moving too quickly without information on substantive things that should raise alarms for all of my colleagues. We asked to hear the testimony of a whistleblower who came forward with tangible evidence, texts, and emails showing that Emil Bovee instructed the DOJ attorneys to ignore a court order if it impeded Trump's agenda. Bovee said, "F you to the courts." Republicans and the Senate Judiciary Committee refused to hold a hearing to meet with this whistleblower, not a Democrat, but a career prosecutor. Instead, we saw the vote being rammed through in the committee. Senator Kim and Senator Blumenthal and members on the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, which has oversight on the question of whether DHS violated a court order, asked the whistleblower to testify before them under oath. That committee has also not concluded their oversight. It is just a stunning and alarming fact that my colleagues on the Republican side have disregarded the credible account of someone who dedicated 15 years to public service and jeopardized their career and reputation to come forward at a time that people who step forward and tell the truth often face real reprisals. Second, in 2018, many former Southern District of New York prosecutors took the unprecedented step of alerting Emile Bovey's supervisors to his unethical conduct as a prosecutor, calling him the drunk driver of prosecutors, saying that he was reckless and dangerous in the way that he went about with prosecutions. Unprecedented step of former SDNY prosecutors. 2 years later, Emile Bovey was responsible for the biggest Brady violation in Southern District of New York's history. He withheld exculpatory evidence, resulting in the DOJ having to toss out the case after a guilty verdict. His actions were so egregious that the judge used them as an example of what a prosecutor should never do. Many of my colleagues and I on the Judiciary Committee have requested more information from the Southern District of New York about his tenure. We still have not gotten it, yet we are moving forward. Number 3. Finally, after receiving credible information of Emile Bovey's role in the Trump administration's burying of evidence about what is going on right now, the man that was at the central position to know what was going on with the Epstein files, we have made legitimate requests from him about this, and he has not responded. There are so many questions about Mr. Trump's interest in hiding whatever their files are, contradicting themselves. Either there are truckloads of evidence and lists, or they're not, but Emile Bovey was acting in the Justice Department at the time, and now we have even more reason to question Emile Bovey. Just hours ago, it was revealed that the DOJ told Donald Trump that his name appears many times in those files. Emile Bovey was the top official at DOJ who also happens to be Trump's personal lawyer. We should know what his role was in reversing course on releasing those files. It would be unconscionable for the Senate to move forward with his confirmation with those answers not being provided. As I told the Judiciary Committee, there is a false urgency around this nominee. The only reason for this urgency is because the president wants his loyalists on the federal bench without facing any more scrutiny as to what he knows and what his role was. Even without answering these questions, there is more than enough in his record that disqualifies Bovey from a lifetime appointment to one of the highest courts. But let's go one more. January 6th. Bovey's role in Donald Trump's administration's effort to erase the tragic events of January 6th, of that attack on the Capitol, is disqualifying. As one of his first official acts, Trump pardoned nearly 1,600 people who attacked this Capitol, including 200 people who violently assaulted the law enforcement officers. Bovey was one of the highest-ranking officials at the DOJ, and he said under oath that he advised the president on these pardons, and then he turned from freeing dangerous people convicted for assaulting police officers from prison to punishing the dedicated law enforcement agents who investigated those cases. Bovey wrote a memo saying that prosecuting those who attacked the Capitol was, quote, a grave national injustice. So he went after those prosecutors. He fired those federal prosecutors and FBI agents who worked on the January 6th investigations. Bovey then demanded a list of every single FBI employee who touched one of those cases, and in doing so, he exposed thousands of law enforcement officials to potential retribution by the pardoned and dangerous January 6th offenders. They're now roaming free. Several of these prosecutors reached out to my Republican colleagues and wanted to share their concerns, but not one person agreed to meet with them. The president can nominate judges to the court, but, and this is critical, he can only do so by with the advice and consent of the Senate. This is a constitutional duty imposed on this House, and it requires us, every single senator, to fully and fairly consider every nominee. Willful ignorance does not excuse any of us from our responsibility to seek the truth. It does not excuse us from our constitutional duty to provide advice and consent. I plead with my colleagues, look at the facts, give it your scrutiny, analyze this nominee. Look at his record. Emile Bovie has shown time and time again his disrespect for the very office he seeks to hold. For God's sake, we have a whistleblower who brought testimony, receipts, texts, and emails showing that Bovie said, despite the fact that he denied it in our hearings, said F you to court orders. He withheld evidence that could have helped to release an innocent person or a defendant. He broke his code of conduct. He broke his ethics. He advised for pardons on January 6th and then fired the dedicated law enforcement agents who investigated and prosecuted violent insurrectionists. And now he has critical information regarding the Epstein files. There's a lot of pressure these days to hastily push a person through who cannot be trusted on the federal bench. There's a lot of pressure these days to rubber stamp nominees. There's a lot of pressure these days to look the other way, even though the evidence is clear. There's a lot of pressure these days, but some of my Republican colleagues have broken and are standing, despite the pressure, are saying this person does not belong on the bench. I am grateful that some of my Republican colleagues are standing up and doing the right thing. There is a lot of pressure these days. There are a lot of threats. The president has put enormous pressure on people in the Republican Party who stand up and do the right thing. And yet, I've seen profiles in courage. In the first Trump administration, I saw them numerous times. I could tell you their names, from Corker to Flake. I saw my colleagues who in times of great distress stood up when we had a trial here. Multiple people said the president was guilty, who voted against judges that were not fit for the highest office in the land, who voted against nominees for his administration. I've seen this time and time again, the courage of Republicans in times of distress. I don't know of another case I have seen in my 14 years in the Senate where someone so unqualified for the bench is before us, but somehow right now it just seems to be too few Republicans willing to stand up with courage of their convictions, to call it like it is, to do their constitutional duty, to look squarely at the qualifications of this judge and see what plainly professionals, prosecutors, judges by the hundreds from both parties have come forward and said to this body, do not let him to go forward. There are just hours left before our final vote on this nominee. This is a time for another profile in courage. I'm hoping my Republican colleagues will look at the evidence and join with a conclusion held by so many patriots in our country and not let this man to the highest court, to one of our highest courts in the land. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we close this colloquy, I want to thank my colleagues who have come to the floor, Senators Durbin, Kim, Welsh, Whitehouse, Hirono, Schiff, and now my great friend and colleague, Senator Booker. And to my Republican friends, let me just say, there's ample evidence on the record already to say no to this nominee. But even if you disagree, what is undeniable here is the point that Senator Booker just made and that I made at the very beginning. This record is incomplete. The questions are unanswered. And just today, I have written to Attorney General Bondi about the report and investigation that was done by the Office of Professional Responsibility. We've had no access to it. It was done because of a conclusion by the court in a case before it between 2019 and 2021 in the Nejad case, that criticized Mr. Bovee for offering little in the way of supervision when material was denied to the defendant and the case had to be dismissed. The extent and scope of that investigation has never been disclosed. That's just one example of material that we have a right to see that raises questions that we should insist on being answered. That letter almost certainly will never get a response, certainly not in time for our vote. But my Republican colleagues will be haunted by those questions. They will be compelled to answer those questions one day to their conscience, because this nominee is different. This nominee should be rejected. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I ask unanimous consent that the previous roll call vote occur.
Is there an objection? Without objection, the question occurs on the nomination.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Collins, Cornyn, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Hassan, Hirono, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Warner, and White House. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47, and the nomination is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Matthew Lohmeier of Arizona to be Undersecretary of the Air Force, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate to debate that the debate on the nomination of Matthew Lohmeier of Arizona to be the Undersecretary of the Air Force shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. This is Shaheen. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Thank you.
Blackburn?
Yes.
Aye.
Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker.
Hey, Tim.
No?
Marcos Pontes, who was a Brazilian astronaut who became a Brazilian senator. They're losers. Yeah. He's bringing 8 people. And he wants to...
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I told him he'd get an interview.
Yes, on the necklace. Hell no on the vote.
I got you. I got hope. I got you.
So I met this guy the first time I was teaching at the protest college. I went down there.
Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
And I was like, dude, is this a good idea?
Thank you. Appreciate you too.
Like,
Thank you.
better than crossing the Amazon.
Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Sullivan, Gaines.
And I told him he'd hear from
I'm just happy.
he's okay with that.
Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins.
I'm a Gillibrand, no.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Thank you. Thank you.
But then they joined BRICS. I know.
Thank you.
It's not a good look. No.
Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. I got him.
He's going fishing. We're in fishing clothes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, sure do. Thank you. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Have a good night. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Got you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slatkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
I'm in the seat.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Matthew Lohmeier of Arizona to be Undersecretary of the Air Force.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I have 14 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of H-Con Res 39, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 39, authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 267.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 267, honoring the deep and enduring friendship between the Kingdom of Denmark and the United States on the occasion of Danish Constitution Day celebrations.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 24th, and following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session. Resume consideration of calendar number 131, Matthew Lohmeier, post-cloture. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, that the Senate vote on confirmation of the Lohmeier nomination at 11:30 a.m., and if cloture is then invoked on executive calendar number 87, Richard Topping, all post-cloture time be expired at 1:45 p.m., and the Senate vote on confirmation. Finally, if cloture is invoked on the Bove nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation at time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Monday, July 28th.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.